Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash. Welcome to the June 23rd Special and Regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and at the City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. Tonight, we have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Maya Fonseca and Ricardo Delgado. Thank you all for your time and services today.
Buenas noches a todos, bienvenidos a la reunión del Consejo Asesor Municipal del día 13 de junio del 2026. Hay servicios de interpretación al español disponibles a través de la plataforma Zoom. Si desean acceder a ese servicio, por favor hagan clic en el icono de globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla de Zoom para seleccionar el idioma de su preferencia. Muchas gracias.
Roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In the City Council chambers are myself, Mayor Betsy Nash, Vice Mayor Jen Wise, and City Council member Jeff Schmidt. City Council members Cecilia Taylor and Drew Combs are participating remotely using provisions in the Brown Act. City Council member Taylor and City Council member Combs, City Council member Taylor first, please provide a description of circumstances under the Brown Act and if there are any persons 18 or older present in the room and the nature of your relationship with the individual.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I'm participating under the Brown Act using just cause due to illness, and there's no one in the room with me under 18. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council member Combs, could you please provide a description of circumstances under the Brown Act and if there are any persons 18 or older present in the room and the nature of your relationship with the individual?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I am participating remotely to provide childcare. There is no one over 18 in the room with me. There's someone who is 6 in the room with me, but no one over 18 is in the room with me.
Sounds great. Thank you. So in accordance with Government Code 54953 and the City Council Procedures Manual, when one or more City Council members participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken with City Council member Taylor and Combs first, and then in alphabetical order using legal first name with the mayor voting last. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Attorney Denise Bazzano, and City Clerk Judy Heron. Next is closed session. City Clerk Heron, please call for public comment for closed session items C1 and C2.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our closed session items, C1, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation, or item C2, conference with labor negotiators. If you are in person, please return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. We currently have 2 speakers. So this will be the final call for any cards or hands for comments on our closed session items C1 and C2. All right. So our first group of speakers is going to be Deborah Calrillo, Brandon Palominos, Radina Fia, Jabari Lode, Alan Acker, and Juan Quinodez. And just as a reminder, get as close to the mic as comfortable. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Deborah Calvillo. I work currently in the police department, and I just celebrated my 30 years. The City of Menlo Park prides itself on providing excellent services to residents and community members. Many of the things our city is most known for, such as its beautiful parks, including the Civic Campus, highly attended recreation programs and community events, a widely beloved and utilized library, as well as essential services like childcare and our public health and safety services, such as a water department, streets team, police dispatch, police records, code enforcement, and community service officers are all things that our service level SEIU staff make possible.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brandon Palominos. I'm a water system operator, and I'm going to be reading. Frontline staff are nearly always the first point of contact with the Menlo Park community. We manage front counters, answer phones, go out into the field, dispatch emergency calls, respond to emergency maintenance needs, and provide vibrant community programming that brings participants from all over the city and beyond. We are professionals, experts, and community members in our own right. We know Menlo Park better than the cities we live in.
Good evening, Council. My name is Radina Filia, and I've worked for the city this year, 25 years. When the compensation and benefits don't reflect the high caliber of our staff, they leave and have been leaving in concerning numbers for years. We have all seen incredible, talented team members with immense institutional knowledge leave in increasing numbers since the last contract was finalized, often for lateral positions in neighboring cities because the benefits, pay, and support are more favorable.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jabari, and I work in the water department. SEIU is the city's largest union and represents the bulk of our workforce. Our membership has grown in the last year by 35% because we believe that we deserve more for our efforts that we make in service of the city every day. We are passionate about Menlo Park, and many of us would love to stay and grow here, but feel that under the current conditions, longevity is nearly impossible.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Alan Acker, 16 years in the Parks Department. We urge the city council, executives, and management staff to remember that the high quality of services provided in the city would not exist without us, that we are not just employees, we are active partners in providing excellent quality of service. Public safety and health services, cultural programs, art programs, childcare, recreation programs, and more. When residents talk about the city being responsive to their needs, 9 out of 10 was and that SEIU staff was out there making it happen. A failure to achieve a fair contract for SEIU workers would severely undermine and diminish the immense values of our contribution to the city.
Good evening, council members. My name is Juan Quinones with the Public Library. About 25 years permanent, 2 years plus, maybe as a temp, so 27 years altogether. We understand that there are budget constraints facing our organization right now. We will also remind everyone that without adequate compensation for frontline staff, they will continue to leave the city, and the city will not only lose more resources, recruiting for continued and new vacancies, but will also lose talented and valued team members with vast institutional knowledge to cities like San Mateo and Redwood City, like it has been occurring. We have received cost of living, who have received cost of living more commensurate with the current financial climate we have. And an equitable contract for services level workers is an investment that benefits the city across the board and will allow the city to retain the invaluable staff that are the living, breathing embodiment of everything that makes Menlo Park a vibrant and desirable community in which to live and do business. We urge City Council to be open to creative solutions, to reconsider the use of reserves, and to work with us in good faith to achieve an equitable contract which makes the city a vibrant and desirable place to work for the people it employs, so that we can in turn continue to make it a vibrant and desirable place for people that it serves. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Keith Dowdell.
Hello, City Council. My name is Keith Dowdell. I'm an employee in the Parks Department and have been working for the city of Menlo Park for over 25 years. I've taken great pride in the city I work for and the community that I serve. I came today because I felt compelled to speak on behalf of our bargaining team regarding the unprofessionalism and blatant disrespect by the city representative that we have experienced on these contract negotiations thus far. We have submitted many proposals reflecting the concern that workers have brought to our attention, and we have received minimum feedback or outright dismissal on what we are asking for. Our request is to modify the contract to meet the needs of the city worker. It's not a waste of the city time, nor should it be belittled or disregarded simply because it would save the city time and money. To leave the contract as is, the effort of updating the contract and meeting the needs of the city staff is an investment in vital services that makes the city run. We are doing everything we can to bargain in good faith and work with the city to secure a fair contract that includes fair and equitable wages for the people who take care of the city. From our standpoint and based on what we experience, so far, it feels that the city is comfortable with continuing to overlook and undercompensate the employees, but we do not agree with that. When discussing potential wages increases, the city representative showed this dismal of our effort by laughing in our faces. The truth is that many employees across the city are unhappy and the turnover rate is high. We are the faces and the backbone of the city, and we are vital to its success, and we do not deserve this kind of treatment. We call upon the city council to fair compensating for workers and ensure that the city representative take his job seriously by representing the council in a professional manner, because we do. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, and with that, I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for your public comment and for being here tonight. So now we will adjourn to the closed session, and we intend to reconvene at approximately 6:30. Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and we are reconvening the special and regular June 23rd City Council meeting. Tonight, we have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there's a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. City Clerk Karen, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So for members of the public, if you wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are in person, you'll return a speaker card to me. They're located at that back table. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 at that time. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
I would like to introduce Assistant City Attorney Bizzano for a report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening, the council met in closed session on 2 items, and there is no reportable action from those items. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Agenda review. Agenda review provides an advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda. To ensure staff is available and prepared, will the City Council have any questions or comments on consent calendar or informational items? To ensure staff is, how many speaker cards have you received from the public hearings? City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, we've received 4 speaker cards for our first public hearing and no other cards for the regular items or item J2.
Thank you. Does the City Council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? Public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore, the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Karen, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, we are currently at 5 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, our first speaker will be Alhil King, followed by Gerald Waluka.
Hi, my name is Alali Kang. I am part of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition and Youth Leadership Institute. As a youth development practitioner and a community public health advocate, I'm here to share with you that more can be done to protect residents who live in multi-unit housing from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke is a public health issue that can cause heart disease, lung cancer, asthma attacks, low birth weight, and premature death. The home is where many children, adults, and non-smokers breathe in secondhand smoke. Whether apartment is rented or owned, smoke can enter into common areas and units, especially with units who have shared walls, ceilings, and floors. A smoke-free multi-unit housing policy protects vulnerable populations, including children, the elderly, and many people with chronic illnesses. More than 16 million Americans live with a disease caused by smoking. Smoking and secondhand smoke exposure can cause more than 480,000 deaths each year in the United States. This is nearly 1 in 5 deaths. Secondhand smoke exposure, contributes over 40,000 deaths among non-smoking adults and 400 deaths in infants each year. The Surgeon General has said that there is no safe level of secondhand smoke, and the California Air Resources Board has classified secondhand smoke as toxic air contaminant, similar to lead and asbestos. The many negative health effects of secondhand smoke are still present when secondhand smoke drifts across multi-unit housings, such as apartments and condo units. As of April 2025, smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance have been passed by Belmont, Brisbane, Burlingame, Daly City, Foster City, Half Moon Bay, Millbrae Pacifica, Redwood City, San Bruno, San Carlos, and San Mateo, as well as South San Francisco and San Mateo County for all unincorporated areas. While Menlo Park does prohibit smoking in common areas areas of multi-unit housing, there are no restrictions on smoking in individual units. As a coalition, we have conducted some research over the past 3 years, hearing from a total of 57 residents. Our most recent data showed in 2024 that 85% of multi-unit residents would strongly support a policy that bans smoking inside their building. And in 2025, our data showed that 87% of multi-unit residents would also strongly support. So what we're seeing is strong, consistent support for this. Everyone deserves to breathe smoke-free air at home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Gerald Waluka, followed by Trisha Barr.
Yes, Gerald Waluka here. I'm a resident of 22 plus years here. I was here 2 weeks ago with an issue about the traffic around Lion Charter School at Sharon Road and Old Shore Avenue. And I was expecting to hear from someone in the 2 weeks. I heard from no one. I spoke with Chief Norris here, and he provided some input and some action there. But still, I'm not confident given the school district was non-responsive to me. And we'll see if the police can get any response from the school district on the issue. Secondly, if this issue is to be addressed, I would like someone to contact me and let me know what's the process, how do we make action on this? Because the school district protects their driveway and the safety of their traffic. They don't worry about the school bus driving on the wrong side of the road. And then one other thing, given the school district is applying for a California Prop 4 Parks grant, if that succeeds, I'd like the council to take this issue into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Trisha Barr, followed by Ken Kirshner.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Trisha Barr, a Menlo Park resident. I volunteer as the chair of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition. I am here tonight for the same reason Alali is, around multi-unit smoke-free housing. I'm not going to repeat. I've actually struck a lot of what I was going to say because I don't want to repeat what she said. But I also want to acknowledge what this feels like for tenants when it comes to multi-unit smoke-free housing. It's scary to complain if you're a low income, if you're a person of color, an immigrant, a senior, or living with a disability. You may worry that if speaking up about smoke in your housing could lead to retaliation or even eviction. And the fear of losing your home keeps people silent when they and their children are breathing polluted air. And that's not what home should mean in Menlo Park. I've emailed a draft ordinance and also copied the city attorney. And it's more than just legal language. It's a concrete way to say to residents, we hear you and your health matters. It says that children's lungs matter more than someone's convenience to smoke inside a shared building. It says that a senior on a fixed income should not have to choose between staying housed and protecting their heart and lungs. As Ali mentioned, many other jurisdictions already have policies in this area, and we in Menlo Park don't. So the good news is you're not starting from scratch. The draft that's been provided is built from a model ordinance developed by the Public Health Law Center, which the state of California itself relies on for tobacco control expertise. And it's been shaped by other communities and expertise that others bring as well. So you don't have to reinvent anything. You just have to decide that this is the time. So my ask tonight's simple and specific. Will you direct staff to schedule smoke-free multi-unit housing as a future agenda item? You could use this draft as a basis for public discussion and refinement. And for the families who are breathing their neighbors' smoke tonight and don't have another place to go to, I'm asking you, will you please put this on a future agenda? Thank you. And I sent it to you too, Justin.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Ken Kirschner, but Ken, let me just take a quick look at that microphone up there.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm Ken Kirschner, Allied Arts resident and bike advocate. I'm here tonight with a direct request. Please agendize the El Camino Real Phase 1 quick build, the protected bikeway project, which has been unanimously endorsed by the Complete Streets Commissioners from Sandhill Road to Middle Avenue. Please make this a safe routes priority and request staff to pursue grant funding through the OBAG 4 cycle that is now open. I'd like to share a short story about a service worker, Enrique, that I recently met. Enrique is riding his e-bike along El Camino northbound from Sandhill Road. He rides because a car costs $12,000 a year and he doesn't have it. For most of his commute, he's protected. Mountain View built lanes, Palo Alto built lanes. He rides in a pocket of safety separated from traffic, making decent time. Then he crosses into Menlo Park and the bollards disappear, the paint disappears, and he's in the door zone, hoping the next driver is paying attention. As quickly as he can, he veers onto the wide sidewalk in front of Middle Plaza Housing and speeds at 25 miles an hour down to Middle Avenue, where he barely makes the crossing light and turns abruptly left and zips into the Shell gas station at the corner to grab a snack and see his friend Divya. Divya also has an e-bike and works the register at the Shell station. Enrique and Divya are not asking for a freeway. They're asking for the El Camino Real bikeways that our neighbors in Palo Alto and Mountain View already have. OBAG 4, the One Bay Area grant funding for bicycle and pedestrian projects, is open right now. Construction and design costs for a quick build are exactly what it covers. And a focused application, an encroachment permit from Caltrans, and Directors Mitch's team can make this happen. What they need from you tonight is a direction that puts this project in the queue. The gap in this corridor is a choice, and I encourage you to make the choice to close it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Will Osler.
Hello, can you hear me? My apologies.
Yes, go right ahead, Will.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Will Osler. I serve on the Housing Commission, but tonight I'm speaking as a private citizen, and my apologies, I can't be there in person tonight. I sent you and Chief Norris an email earlier today regarding the city's use of flock license plate readers and NCRIC. NCRIC has improperly shared flock data with federal agencies hundreds of times. Because of our past sharing agreements with NCRIC, that may very well have included Menlo Park's data. Instead of hashing my email and its questions, I want to focus on one of the many reasons I am also concerned about the 239 other organizations with which Menlo Park currently shares location tracking data. I'd like to highlight that while complying with state law for these systems is an important step, it is not sufficient to prevent abuse. The excellent integrity and conduct of our local police doesn't matter if we expose this data to other departments with less stringent policies and hiring practices. Since 2024, the public has become aware of many instances of police officers using the extraordinary reach of Flock's surveillance networks to stalk ex-romantic partners. The Institute for Justice maintains a list of 18 publicly known cases, 2 of which occurred in California. In 2023, an officer with the Costa Mesa Police Department used Flock cameras to track his mistress and her romantic interests. After being suspended for stalking, he continued to access the Flock system because it was widely available even to suspended officers. In 2024, an officer with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department used Flock cameras to identify and follow the new partner of his ex-fiancée. After following them back to their residence, he set up recording devices and physically forced his way into the home. Both the Costa Mesa Police Department and the Riverside County Sheriff's Department currently have sharing agreements with Menlo Park. If these incidents happened today, and one of those victims traveled through Menlo Park, the cameras we install and maintain would have reported their whereabouts directly to their stalkers. While sometimes these stalking incidents come to light because of the horrifying crimes committed by these perpetrators, there are also several cases where the stalking has only been revealed when victims search their plates on haveibeenflocked.com. This third-party site relies on public records requests to understand how these systems are being used in practice, a task for which Flock's own transparency and auditing tools have proven woefully inadequate. It is my view that many of Menlo Park's 239 sharing connections are unnecessary vulnerabilities for abuse. Setting a high standard for ourselves also includes our data sharing policies. I don't believe that we need to continuously share data with non-local departments to solve local crimes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Takia S. Takia, you should be able to unmute your microphone at this time.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Takia Smith, and I'm a new resident of Menlo Park. I applied to be a part of the Environmental Quality Commission, and I'm particularly interested in sustainability, environmental health, climate resilience, and ensuring communities are prepared for future challenges.
Takia, can I have you pause just one brief moment? I wanted to confirm that you wanted to speak on the appointment item this evening for environmental quality. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If we could hold your comment until item H1.
Okay, absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So seeing no further hands or cards on our general public comment item, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to all the public speakers today. Next, we are going to advisory body vacancies and appointments. H1, consider applicants and make an appointment to fill a vacancy on the Environmental Quality Commission. Here to introduce the item is Deputy City Clerk Sarah Sandoval.
Good evening, City Council, staff, and members of the public in chambers and online. I am Sarah Sandoval, your Deputy City Clerk. And for item H1, staff recommends that the City Council consider applicants and make an appointment to fill one unexpired vacancy on the Environmental Quality Commission. This vacancy occurred when the City Clerk's office received a resignation from one of our Environmental Quality Commissioners. Recruitment began May 18th and ended June 12th, and during this period, we received 8 applications. The appointment process as set forth in City Council policy is for staff to ask each City Council member for their nomination, with the number of nominations being limited to the number of vacancies. In this case, that will be 1. The candidate that receives the majority of nominations will then be appointed. If no candidate receives a majority, we will continue to ask for nominations until a majority is achieved. We will take nominations verbally by roll call. And when appointments are complete, the city clerk's office will connect the new commissioner to staff liaisons for onboarding and provide the standard ethics, conflict of interest, and Brown Act training. I would also like to remind everyone that our annual commission training event is scheduled for this coming Monday, June 29th at 5:30 p.m. right here in the City Council chambers. That concludes my introduction. Mayor Nash, please continue.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, will you now please call for public comment on item H1?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Happy to do that. If we have anyone in the City Council chambers this evening who would like to make a public comment on item H1, please fill out a speaker card at the back table and return it to the clerk's desk. If we have anyone online, you can raise your hand on Zoom using the raised hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Or if you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, it looks like we have 2 speakers on this item. We'll proceed with 3 minutes, Mayor Nash?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just one moment. Okay, our first speaker will be Belhaven Empowered.
Yes, this is Pam D. Jones, and I'm calling in for myself. Sorry about the naming there. I'm a resident of District 1, and I want to thank Mayor Nash and the council members and staff for the work that you do for the city of Menlo Park. I know of Nabil Saad from his work on the Menlo Park first independent redistricting commission. He was very thorough in learning the requirements and understanding the current districts and his responsibility of making adjustments of current districts or creating even different districts. And he reached out to people in the various districts. He was consistent with the understanding the uniqueness of each district, and that showed in the work that he did. So I do support Mr. Saad's appointment to the EQC. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Takia S.
Thank you so much. My name is Takia Smith, as I stated before, and I am very new to Menlo Park, which I've been loving so far. So I'm interested in the Environmental Quality Commission, particularly I'm interested in environmental health, climate resilience, and ensuring communities are prepared for future challenges. I'm also interested in how we can use innovation, AI, and technology to support environmental goals while maintaining strong community engagement. I think it's important to involve the community and hear what their thoughts or ideas are when we are thinking about implementation. Some of my background includes nonprofit leadership. I currently hold the position of president of the African American Cultural District in San Francisco, and I'm also the leadership chair of the 100 Black Women San Francisco chapter. I'm the author of 3 books, and I have experience in program management, community engagement, and working with diverse stakeholders. I've had to evaluate and navigate complex issues, balancing competing interests and making decisions that serve the broader community, which is always what I look to do first. And those skills will translate very well to commission service. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. This will be our final. Hello, there we go. Sorry, everyone. This will be our final call for public comment on item H1. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, will you please provide instructions on how the appointments will proceed?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned in the introduction, we will go ahead with roll call vote with our city council members who are remote voting first. And it is luckily the same order as our roll call vote by commonly used first name, or by legal first name rather. So that's no different than usual. And as I mentioned in the introduction as well, it will be one name per nomination. So we have one vacancy and I'll be looking for one name. That concludes the introductions for appointments. If there are no other questions, I'll go ahead and bring up our voting tally. Just one moment. Okay. By roll call vote, we'll start with City Council Member Combs.
Madam Mayor, before we take a vote, can we confirm with the council members that are participating remotely that no one over the age of 18 is in the room with them?
Yes. City Council Member Combs and City Council Member Taylor, could you please confirm that no one over the age of 18 is in the room with you?
I can confirm that no one over the age of 18 is in the room with me.
I confirm no one over 18 is in the room with me.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, great. City Council Member Combs, please.
Doreen Martinez.
Thank you. City Council Member Taylor.
Thank you. Takia Smith.
City Council Member Schmidt.
Nabil Saad.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Nabil Saad.
And Mayor Nash.
Doreen Martinez.
Okay. So resuming our screen share, as you can see, at this time, we do not have any candidate receiving a majority of nominations. Past practice, when this occurs, is to lower or limit our voting pool to the candidates who did receive nominations, and then we would vote again. If that's okay with the City Council, we'll go ahead and proceed that way.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one moment. Okay, going again, we have an updated voting tally on the screen, and we'll go ahead with City Council Member Combs.
Doreen Martinez.
City Council Member Taylor.
Takia Smith.
City Council Member Schmidt.
Nabil Saad.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Nabil Saad.
And Mayor Nash.
Doreen Martinez.
Okay. So with the same results as before, we'll go ahead and clear and vote again.
Actually, I would like to make a comment. While I believe that the applicants on the screen all are very qualified, I am trying to have a good distribution of commissioners from the districts. And at this time, there's no commissioner from District 2. And so that is just to my fellow council members, that is why I'm actually voting for Doreen Martinez as opposed to another very, very able candidate actually from my district, who is Nabil Saad. Thank you.
A question to the deputy clerk. Is there a part of the process where you would limit the nominees to the people who got the most nominations, and then run the count again? Because in theory, you could continue to get the same results if we're keeping it at 3 names. Again, we can try it again, and you may not get the same results on this third try. But I don't know if it comports with city policy, but
Thank you, City Councilmember Combs. There's no specific direction in the policy for this specific situation. If the City Council directs, we can proceed that way and remove the candidate who did receive the least amount of votes this time around.
Let me first call on City Council Member Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And my follow-up question to Councilmember Combs's question is, can I change my vote? That way we are done with the nominees for the next EQC member in this round.
City Clerk Sandoval, I don't know what the rules would be for that.
We're okay with that. We can change a vote right now if City Councilmember Taylor would like to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll vote for Nabil Saad.
Okay, I'll update our tally. Just one moment. Okay, thank you very much, City Council. With a 3-vote majority, we have appointed Nabil Saad to the Environmental Quality Commission. Congratulations. The City Clerk's office will be in touch about next steps. Thank you.
And I would just like to say thank you to all the applicants who applied, and please do reapply for EQC and other commissions you might be interested in. It was a very good pool of applicants, and congratulations, Mr. Saad. Thank you. Next, we move on to consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, I-1, City Council meeting minutes, I-2, calling and giving notice for the general municipal election for 3 City Council seats, I-3, an agreement for a community wellness crisis response team clinician, I-4, funds from Senate Bill SB 1, I-5, an agreement for traffic signals and lighting maintenance, and I-6, an agreement for janitorial and day porter services. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our consent calendar items, I-1 through I-6. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the consent items, or is someone ready to make a motion and a second? I'm happy to make a motion to approve.
I can second.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Wise and a second by City Council Member Schmidt to approve the consent calendar. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes,
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. Public hearing. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The first public hearing is J1, consider and adopt a resolution to amend the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan to modify land uses allowed within the downtown station area Main Street overlay land use designation. Allow existing buildings within the Main Street overlay to have up to 2/3 of the public benefit bonus floor area ratio for office uses if located in the rear half of the ground floor without frontage on Santa Cruz Avenue and/or the second floor, and not increasing the overall square footage of the building, subject to a use permit and a public benefit agreement, and modify 4 use classifications across the entire El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan. Here to introduce the item is Associate Planner Matt Pruder.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Wise, council members, and members of the public. I am Matt Pruder, Associate Planner, and tonight I will be providing a brief presentation regarding these proposed specific plan amendments. The El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan establishes the land use and zoning guidance for the Downtown Specific Plan area, which is generally in the central area of the city, oriented around El Camino Real and Santa Cruz Avenue, as you can see in the multicolored areas of this map. The proposed amendments were initiated by a request from the property owner at 870 Santa Cruz Avenue, circled in blue on this map. A few of the aspects of their proposal affect the entirety of the specific plan area, but most of the proposed changes would affect properties along Santa Cruz Avenue, as shown in the next slide. Here is a zoomed in portion of the specific plan area near Santa Cruz Avenue. Most of the proposed changes would be concentrated within the purple colored parcels along Santa Cruz Avenue, which have a land use designation of Downtown Station Area Main Street Overlay, or Main Street Overlay, which I'll refer to some more shortly. This area runs along both sides of Santa Cruz Avenue between University Drive and the Caltrain station at Merrill Street. The Caltrain station is along the right side of this map, and City Hall is just to the bottom right of this drawing. Tonight's amendments include the following 3 key components. First, the applicant is proposing to modify several allowable land uses in the Main Street overlay. Second, there is a proposal to allow a limited increase in office square footage within the Main Street overlay for qualifying existing buildings, which would require a one-time public benefit agreement for each request. Third, there are 4 land use classifications that the applicant wishes to modify, which would cover the whole specific plan area. Here is a table containing proposed land use classifications that the applicant is seeking to either permit or conditionally permit within the Main Street overlay in some way. I will note that the staff report contains a truncated version of Table 1, and this table is the complete version. This table here is the complete version, with additional proposed changes for both types of office, the personal improvement services, and personal services general use types. In addition, staff has identified an error in Table E1 of the resolution, which is attachment A, where the text C footnote number 1 is provided under the office use categories. Staff recommends that removal of this text. For the proposed office use changes within the Main Street overlay, the applicant is seeking to allow qualifying existing buildings an increase of up to 2/3 of the bonus level non-residential floor area ratio, or FAR, which would vary along the Main Street overlay, as you can see in this map. A bonus level office increase within an existing building would require any future applicant to apply for a use permit and a public benefit agreement. As mentioned earlier, the applicant is also proposing to modify 4 of the land use classifications or definitions. First, the business services use type would be revised to serve the public and not just private businesses. The other 3 changes are generally related, as spas would be removed from personal improvement services and therapeutic massage would be removed from personal services restricted, and personal services general would be expanded to include spas and spa services, including therapeutic massage. At their May 18, 2026 meeting, the Planning Commission voted to recommend that the City Council adopt the resolution with 2 specific modifications for the Main Street overlay. First, that the banks and financial institutions in the banks and financial institutions use classification remain not permitted within the Main Street overlay, as is currently the case, and that commercial recreation small scale use type be changed from not permitted to conditional, which would require a use permit. The Planning Commission also recommended that the council direct staff to prepare a separate Planning Commission study session to explore additional specific plan changes beyond the applicant's proposal. I would also like to note here that staff has received 7 additional letters expressing support and 1 letter expressing concern for the project since the Planning Commission meeting. To balance the applicant's request and the Planning Commission's recommendation for banks and financial institutions within the Main Street overlay, staff recommends that this use type be conditional, but with 2 limitations. First, a maximum total square footage cap of 30,000 square feet for all banks and financial institutions in the overlay, and an additional individual limit of 5,000 square feet for each new bank and/or financial institution. Oh, sorry about that. You got mixed up here. Staff recommends that council take action to adopt a resolution to approve the proposed amendments as recommended by the Planning Commission with the proposed banks and financial institutions modification. The proposed amendments could add more variety of uses within the Main Street overlay while managing potential office growth. The use classification changes would consolidate wellness and spa uses generally, while the business services use would become more directly accessible for the public. If the City Council acts tonight, the amendments would become effective upon adoption of the resolution. Thank you all for your time this evening. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions that you may have. And following that, Mr. Todd Speaker will provide the applicant presentation.
Thank you. Are there, well, actually, let's go ahead to the applicant presentation, please.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for taking the time to hear our proposal. And thank you to Matt and the city staff for all the time they put in to get us to this point. I'm Todd Speaker with Windy Hill Property Ventures, and I'm here with my 2 business partners, Jamie D'Alessandro and Austin Osage. Well, we are a local commercial real estate company focusing on commercial and multifamily projects in the Bay Area, and primarily in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. I grew up in Menlo Park. I attended Las Lomitas and La Entrada, and my kids attended Oak Knoll. Jamie and Austin kids currently attend Menlo Park schools as well. I have incredible memories as a kid spending time riding bikes downtown, going to the local card shop to buy the new release of Topps baseball cards, going out to dinner with my teammates and family after a soccer or baseball game. I have been all in on Menlo Park for decades, and we are still all in on Menlo Park. We are in full agreement with the recommendation of city staff regarding the financial institutions and small recreational uses. We feel these changes would result in diverse business options, optimized retail frontage, enhanced pedestrian experience, improved leasing opportunities. Downtown used to be a magnet for people, and that's what we're trying to get back to. Going through this process in the community outreach we've done, it's clear to us that residents of Menlo Park want the same. People want to invest in downtown. It's evident by the recent additions of Cafe Vivant and Clark's. Both these projects required a significant amount of capital investment. We need to support them, and we need to give a reason for others to make the same kind of investment in our downtown. We also spent a substantial amount of money renovating our building at 870 Santa Cruz, and we think it's the nicest building on the street. But our proposal isn't just for our building. Sure, we benefit from it, but these changes are for the entirety of Santa Cruz Avenue between Caltrain and University. Every building owner, current retailer, potential or future retailer, or developer wanting to invest in downtown will benefit from these changes. These changes meet the goals for the general plan and the downtown specific plan. Downtown has a retail vacancy problem and has had this problem for years. Building owners don't want to invest in their buildings because they can't get the rents or the tenants to support their investment. Businesses want to come downtown, but in a lot of cases, their uses aren't allowed. We need downtown to be a magnet for people. These people support the retailers, which pay the rent to the building owners, allowing the building owners to invest in their buildings, making the downtown more attractive for additional investment from outside developers. But the retail world is constantly evolving. The days of large retail stores in downtown are no longer the norm. Smaller footprints where retailers can maximize their revenue per square foot is now the market. But to recruit these tenants, we need to adjust the size of our floor plates. Many buildings along Santa Cruz are simply way too big for retail alone. That's a key reason why so many sit vacant. Allowing a limited amount of office at the rear of the building would enable smaller, more flexible retail floor plates. Office gets a bad rap. We're not looking to put OpenAI's headquarters along Santa Cruz. These are small businesses with less than 20 people. But they are not big enough to have lunch catered daily like at the large tech companies. These workers go out to eat, they run errands downtown, grab coffee or a drink with friends and coworkers. They add to the vibrancy of downtown. In order for this to happen, significant upgrades to the rear of buildings will be necessary to make that happen. Owners will need to make a sizable investment in their buildings, making them more attractive. In closing, we have been working on 870 Santa Cruz since 2019. We invested a lot of time and money. We believe in downtown Menlo Park. The demand is there, the money is there. We just need to adjust to that demand. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. So now, are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thanks to staff. I think that I want to make sure I understand some designations. So there were 5. There's a reference to spa services, massage, wellness services, and fitness. And so could you just maybe help give a sense of what those kind of businesses, just help me clarify what those are and in a brief way, so I have a good understanding.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Schmidt. Basically, there are use classification revisions. Some of those involve what you've described. And then in the Main Street overlay, there are other use classifications beyond what you've described. In the table that I presented, that was a full table. That shows other types of use categories. For the ones you're describing regarding spas and wellness, we're talking about these simple kind of walk-in type spa studios where you can have facial treatment, you can have different little variety of spa care. And that would be proposed within the personal services general use category, which covers other types of personal services. We've had this category for some time, but regarding that more directly, we have other kind of skin-based kind of treatments as well, like laser treatments and injectables, and some skin rejuvenation as well. So those are some examples of the spa involving kind of the health, not the health, but the care, like body kind of care.
And then would wellness services and fitness be the same? Is that like yoga studios and gyms and other things like that? I mean, I'm assuming I know what these are, but I'm just wanting to make sure I understand a little better.
That's not quite the same. I think to quickly separate out some of the studios that are more about exercise and fitness would be under personal improvement services, which is still the case. That's how it currently is before this item tonight. And the other item you mentioned about gyms, to be clear on like a weightlifting gym or something along those lines, that is within recreation. That's not something that is within either personal services or personal improvement services or spas.
Okay, thanks.
And so one question is, does a gym ever fit into the commercial recreation small scale?
Thank you for your question, Mayor Nash. Just looking at the definition here, I'll read through it to be a little more clear on that. But the small scale recreation is a little more explicit on mostly indoor type facilities, but there is potential for some, I think, physical activity that's kind of open in nature. So we have in the specific plan mention of, gymnasiums, which I think cover maybe more weightlifting in nature, but they have to be less than 20,000 square feet in size, which I think is pretty common for a lot of these lots in the specific plan area. But it also includes other types of sports, like a badminton type facility or handball, things like that.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? All right, I would now like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our first public hearing item, J1, related to modifications for the El Camino Real downtown specific plan. If you are in person and have not already, please submit a speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. We are currently at 7 speakers. So this is the final call for public comment on our first public hearing item, J1. And that brings us to 8 speakers. All right, our first speaker will be apologies for the delay here. All right, our first speaker will be Kylie Holmes, followed by Jenna Atchison.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Kylie Holmes. Apologies for my notes on my phone. Probably going to experience some slowness here. I'm a Menlo Park resident, parent of 3 children, and prospective business owner. I'm here tonight because the specific plan amendments vote today directly affects whether my business opens here in Menlo Park or, sadly, somewhere else. For 6 months, I've been working to open a family activity center and arcade on Santa Cruz Avenue. I have toured a dozen vacant storefronts and narrowed it down to 3. I have a business plan, financing, a design team, and contractors ready to go. The only thing standing between me and a signed lease is the current zoning. The most compelling evidence I can personally offer related to the need for amended zoning is this. Just since the Planning Commission's May 18th vote, downtown landlords and leasing agents saw an immediate uptick in interest from prospective tenants. 2 of the 4 properties that I narrowed my business down to were rented right after that meeting, one of which had been vacant for 3 years. Nothing else changed. The rents didn't change. Only the zoning signal changed, and the market responded immediately. Our community is full of active and engaged families who moved or stayed here in Menlo Park because they love this city. These families also want to spend time and money downtown. They just need a more diversified offering. For example, related to the commercial recreation item, 24% of Menlo Park's population is under age 19, and there are more than 11,000 students at schools on a daily basis that are within walking or biking distance from Santa Cruz Avenue, but these children have nowhere to go after school. It's visible. They congregate in the streets in front of Starbucks and Walgreens. That's not a lack of demand. It's a lack of options created by an outdated plan. I really look forward to building something here for all of us, for my family and yours. Please give me and others like me the chance to do that by voting yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jenna Atchison, followed by Kimberly Luti-Kainen.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jenna Atchison. I'm a Menlo Park resident, a business owner, and a parent of 3 boys. I'm here tonight in strong support of the proposed amendment to allow small-scale commercial recreation in the Main Street overlay. And I want to speak to why this matters beyond policy. This is a quality of life question. It's a question about what kind of community we want our families to be a part of and who we are raising our kids to be right now. My husband and I have lived in cities that have got this right. Places with vibrant, walkable, family-centered downtowns where kids could actually be kids, where they could meet up after school, run into neighbors, and have somewhere to go that wasn't a screen. We chose Menlo Park deliberately. The schools, the neighbors, the sense of place, it almost has everything that we were looking for, almost. Because right now, as Kylie mentioned, we have thousands of kids rolling through this community every single afternoon after school and nowhere for them to land. No arcade, no indoor gathering space, no reason to pull out an earbud and look up. So instead of riding bikes to Santa Cruz Avenue, we load the kids into the car and drive to Los Altos or Palo Alto. And every time we do that, we are spending our dollars and our evenings somewhere else because our downtown isn't set up for us. I want Menlo Park to be the kind of place where kids who grow up here actually want to come back, where they bring their own families someday because they remember what it felt like to have the freedom here, to be downtown with their friends, off their devices, and part of something. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens when a city creates the conditions for it. A 30% downtown vacancy rate is telling us something. This amendment is the right kind of response. Like most of the engineers and builders in this community, when something isn't working, we don't keep trying the same thing and hoping for a different result. We iterate, we try something new, we build toward the outcome we actually want. The families of this community are engaged. We are ready to invest in our downtown. We just need a downtown that's ready for us. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker will be Kimberly Luti-Kainen, followed by Chris Kumir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kimberly Luti-Kainen, and I'm a chief legal officer of a cybersecurity company. I'm also a mom of 3 children that I'm raising here in Menlo Park. I'm here tonight also as a prospective business owner. We have already leased space on Santa Cruz Avenue, and like the other speaker, I am really passionate about bringing something to this community, a yoga studio. This yoga studio will be a premium, elevated experience for this community. I'll also be offering community events around leadership and training for the young professionals that live in the area. And I'm excited that this type of business will bring increased foot traffic, as we'll be offering classes at various times throughout the day and have these community events in the evening, like book talks and other trainings in the evenings. So I ask you to please support this amendment as proposed by the applicant, including the office space, as I feel that the limited office space that is being requested will also increase foot traffic and enhance the business for our local retail shops. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Chris Kumir, followed by Marnie Foodie.
Thank you, Mayor Nash and council members. My name is Chris Coomer of CKA Architects here in Menlo Park. I'm here in support of the proposal put forward, and I urge you to approve the proposal as one small step forwards towards filling some of these empty spaces that plague our downtown. My wife, Amelia, and I have run an architecture business here in town for the last 25 years. We've spent the last 2 years trying to find a suitable downtown location for our 10-person company. Now, many of the spaces that we felt were a good fit for us were ground floor spaces. And unfortunately, many of these spaces are not available to us, given the zoning and the office use that we're classified as. This includes 556 Santa Cruz next to Little Sky, which happens to actually be in the rear of that building. And that's been empty for 4 years. We'd be a great fit for that space, but we can't occupy that. So approving this proposal and broadening the tent for who's allowed to rent space would be a positive step, clearly, towards enlivening our city and putting tenants like us into these empty spaces. We're that business that Todd was speaking about. 10 of us that don't have catering and we go to coffee. You don't want to know how many times we go to coffee every day. So businesses like us would definitely enliven the city. Now, on a separate note, I urge the council also to consider working with staff to review the specific plan on some periodic basis. And maybe that's in place and something I don't know about, but it shouldn't be, the onus really shouldn't be on business owners to bring up these things and try to keep the specific plan up to current, up to the needs of the city. The city changes and the specific plan could do that with it, and it could be reviewed, I'd say, every 4 years. I know Deanna probably doesn't want to hear that, but I know staff is busy, but I think that'd be a great way instead of having business owners do this. So thank you for your time, and I urge you to move this forward and approve it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Marnie Foodie, followed by Mina Malek.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to address this important issue with you tonight. My name is Marnie Foodie, and I'm the chair of the Downtown Menlo Fund. Our mission is to revitalize our downtown and make Menlo Park a place people love. Over the last 10 years, two major forces have changed how we use our downtown community centers: Amazon and COVID. These forces transformed what people wanted in their downtowns. Communities were no longer interested in buying essential items downtown. As the vacancies grew in towns up and down the peninsula, different towns took action to address their use clauses and pivot to what community members wanted, which is opportunities to engage with each other through fitness, family activities, and wellness. Let's look at a few examples. In 2013, Mountain View heavily reorganized its commercial zone to allow for fitness uses. In 2016, Redwood City updated their zoning to allow active ground floor uses along key corridors like Main Street. So instead of banning non-retail uses, they allowed active uses. These were defined as uses that bring high foot traffic. This included fitness boutiques, wellness services, and entertainment. In 2021, Palo Alto amended its code to explicitly allow fitness and exercise studios, learning centers, and personal services in commercial districts. So what was the effect of these changes? These policy changes acted as a pressure relief valve by allowing uses such as fitness studios, wellness spaces, and personal service to backfill dark storefronts. They were able to prevent prolonged vacancies that have plagued our town. Menlo Park started 2026 with a vacancy rate around 30%. Palo Alto, Mountain View, and Los Altos entered 2026 with vacancy rates under 5% for their retail areas. Among the lowest and most stable in the entire San Jose metro area. Taking action here tonight to expand this use clause will enable Menlo Park to retail and ground floor sector to rebound, to become the thriving business center we all want. I urge you to pass this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Mina Malek, followed by Patty Fry.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Mina Malik. I am a local real estate investor and developer. Although I am a longtime resident of Menlo Park, my company has chosen to invest only in properties and redevelop properties in other neighboring downtowns like Los Altos, Mountain View, Redwood City, and Palo Alto. We have had to avoid investing in commercial real estate in downtown Menlo Park due to the high vacancy rates caused by the restrictions on the types of businesses allowed to occupy the buildings. I urge the City Council to broaden zoning to allow more types of businesses that will draw more people downtown and help eliminate the vacant storefronts. To piggyback off what Todd said, people want to invest in downtown Menlo Park. This would encourage property owners like me to invest in their downtown properties. I support the proposed amendment to the El Camino Real and Downtown Specific Plan, particularly the addition of small-scale commercial recreation as a permitted use. I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Patty Fry, followed by Michelle.
Thank you very much, Patty Fry, long-term Menlo Park resident, former planning commissioner. This surely is a non-standard beginning to a very important conversation about the vibrancy of our small town's center. And it's at a time just before major growth is expected to bring new demands for goods and services and opportunities to meet them. So I think there are some creative ideas in this proposal to expand community serving uses beyond true retail and restaurant uses. And I think it's intriguing too that mixed use might be allowed in the rear of Santa Cruz facing buildings. However, I think we're chewing a whole lot right at once, and it's not based on a community process like the specific plans beginning, when vibrancy was specifically discussed with the community. Examples of things that were not vibrant were the banks and other uses that are not open to the general public. They have blank walls. They're not open in the evening. I patronize our downtown all the time because it's the closest place for me to get goods and services. So I know full well how dull some of our downtown is. And I think some of these proposed uses do not belong on Santa Cruz itself. Personal services, specifically spa services, but other personal services, we have some already. Those are grandfathered. We have banks already. Those are grandfathered. We should not allow any additional ones. Offices, there are plenty of places all over town that are empty. There are plenty of places for offices. I really reticent to allow offices because they, in the back, because they typically get a lot more rent and might displace future opportunities for retail and restaurants because those can't pay office rents. So I would suggest a couple things. Keep it really simple. Perhaps allow some office on a limited time period or at an average rent based on retail and restaurant rents rather than the premium rents, just to avoid future, displacement of opportunities for other community serving uses. Do not put the less vibrant uses on Santa Cruz Avenue. Maybe put them in the back. That's not part of this proposal, but consider that. And definitely not spa services. People want to have privacy for that sort of thing, and it doesn't belong on Santa Cruz Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Michelle.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. My name is Michelle Wagner, and I apologize I'm not there in person tonight. I'm a Menlo Park resident and a local business owner planning to open a wellness and recovery studio in downtown Menlo Park. As an executive coach with a passion for building community through wellness and fitness, this has been more than a year in the making for me. I'm a neighbor who wants to invest in Menlo Park. I spoke at the Planning Commission meeting when this came before them, and I'm grateful they approved these changes. Tonight, I'm here to respectfully ask the council to take the final step. A wellness and recovery studio offers services that help people manage stress, recover from physical activity, improve sleep, and support overall health. These aren't medical treatments. This isn't massage. This is accessible everyday tools for feeling great that help grow a number of people. And they're seeking this out. We don't have this anywhere in Menlo Park, and they're moving to Palo Alto or Redwood City to find these services. I want to share something concrete about why these amendments matter. I'm actively reviewing a space downtown. It's about 2,500 square feet, which is slightly more than I need on my own. The office use provision in these amendments would allow me to rent out roughly 800 to 1,000 square feet in the rear of the space to another small business or professional. That makes the economics work for me. It fills a storefront, and it brings two businesses downtown instead of one. It's a practical solution that benefits everyone. I also hear consistently from people in this community, my neighbors, families, fellow residents, that they want a more vibrant and walkable downtown with locally owned businesses that serve their daily lives. Wellness, recovery, personal improvement, youth enrichment, these are the kinds of uses that bring people downtown regularly, not just occasionally. The Planning Commission reviewed this carefully, and the conditional use permit process ensures appropriate oversight remains in place. This feels like a thoughtful, measured path forward for downtown. Thank you for your time and your consideration tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, it looks like we did have an additional hand raise. They are listed as iPhone. So if you're able to state your name for the record and provide your comment.
Hi, this is Laura Milan. Sorry for not being there in person. I'm a Menlo Park resident and a mom of two. The first few speakers tonight were also Menlo Park moms, and I don't think that's a coincidence. When this many moms show up for the same thing, it's usually worth listening because we're here for our kids, our families, and our community. And what we're asking for really is the health of our community. A family activity center, a yoga studio, a place to take a class together. These are where kids stay active, where neighbors actually meet each other. At a time when so many people are feeling isolated and our kids are growing up on screens, real places to gather downtown are one of the healthiest things we can enable. So please approve this update to our zoning tonight and let more community serving businesses in. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to all the public speakers tonight. So I will now close the public hearing and open for the city council discussion. Does anyone want to start the discussion? All right, I will. Councilmember Schmidt.
We'll be sitting here quiet for a while. Yeah, I have a few things. Thanks to everyone who made public comment and to staff for all the hard work. And also Planning Commission, I know there was a lot of work that went into their feedback. So three kind of big buckets that I was wanting to get a little more information on. The first was, I think I've seen this in a few places, that this is one step and it's not the entirety of vibrancy. So I saw in a couple of emails that came in, I do want to see the study and advancing of downtown vibrancy as a whole, making sure that we do have a long-term vision for downtown beyond the specific plan. I have a couple of specific suggestions for that, but I just want to start off with that doing a study session with the Planning Commission seems like a really good way to start that without having to rewrite the entirety of the plan. The second bucket was around activating downtown storefronts. There's a couple things. I don't necessarily feel like certain services in the classifications are going to lead to vibrancy. They may fill storefronts, but things like animal clinics and hospitals, not terribly supportive of, because as a pet owner, you're down there for a couple of times, but that's not a weekly or a monthly activity, hopefully. So I feel like that's a classification that I wouldn't be terribly supportive of. I'm also a little skeptical of business services, because those also, I think you need a fairly healthy healthy office environment. So I would suggest maybe putting a slight pause on that. And considering it in the future, if we do end up having a lot of office rentals, maybe that's something we can consider in the future. I'm not supportive of, this is why I was asking the question about spas. I'm not supportive of massage parlors, and that there's a restricted category in there, but therapeutic massage was scratched out. So I'm not quite sure where that fits in, but I think there are certain kinds of services that feel like they're coming into a more restricted category. So would love to learn a little bit more about that. And then the last thing I'll say is I'm okay with the bank compromise. I know the Planning Commission had one view on that, and I think staff came back with what felt like a fairly reasonable compromise. The last question, and this is a question for staff. So that's sort of my general view. I'm supportive of the overall changes. The small scale commercial recreation, I just love a little more clarification or description about what that really is and the types of businesses that fall in that category. And
thank you for your question, Councilmember Schmidt. So to clarify, this use category is not changing its definition. It's currently already worded as it is. And so just quickly going through that, it would generally be indoor in nature, and it could be a range of things that include pool rooms and amusement type facilities, kind of like the Family Fun Center arcade that was mentioned in the public comment. I think that would fit the standard here. And then there was mention of some other physical type, gym or other smaller sports that are kind of an open nature, open badminton court kind of facility, or even, racquetball, indoor tennis facilities. The key thing that's defined in the small scale that makes it small scale is that there's a threshold of 20,000 square feet. So that seems to be a pretty common size that the specific plan wouldn't really exceed mainly anywhere. And then this could also have some ancillary like snack bar food provisions for those who are attending the place.
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah. Also supportive of that. I think the biggest thing is just, the plan feels slightly outdated, and anything that adds to foot traffic where people are coming to visit things on a more personal level feels, like where we want to go with downtown. So that's my kicking off of the comments.
Okay, I will then, not seeing any other hands raised right now, I will agree that I am concerned about the animal clinics and hospitals. If we do that at all, I would like to see that in the back. but that seems like something that's not necessarily set up well for the front of on Santa Cruz Avenue. And I also had concerns about the business services and just how much that would really add to the vibrancy. Generally, I am supportive of the changes with those exceptions. I guess I guess from staff, what unintended consequences do you see? The one that has been mentioned and concerns me somewhat is that we will get the buildings leased, but that we may actually displace some of our retail that is there. And that will push it out, that leases, that it will become a more competitive environment, which on one hand is great. On the other hand, I certainly wouldn't want to see some of our real basic retail stores that have been there for a while pushed out with the price of the space moving up. Do you have comments about, what have you thought about that?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Deanna Chow, Community Development Director. I mean, it's hard to predict, with the effect of the additional uses negatively impacting the existing tenants or the existing types of uses that are there. Certainly, as you mentioned, creating that vibrancy, that competitiveness, having more people interested in increasing the demand of the uses could potentially result in that. It may result in then having the desired uses that people want to see because they're willing to be here in Menlo Park.
Yeah, I don't think there's a good answer. It's just a concern. I guess I am also wondering, can you explain a little bit more about animal retail sales and service and what is that?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. The animal retail sales and service is one of 3 of the animal sales and service subcategories, and it involves retail of animal products and potentially small animals as well. And so there is some potential sale of those things in that use category. And then there's an ancillary provision for bathing and trimming services, potentially for pet dogs or cats, that kind of thing, as long as that's entirely within the building enclosed.
What are the current laws about selling animals? Do you know? I didn't realize that was part of it. I have not looked it up. I mean, does that include dogs and cats, or just like guinea pigs and lizards, or do you have any idea?
I'm afraid I don't have any expertise on the matter. I wouldn't be able to weigh on that.
All right, thank you.
If I may, Madam Mayor, staff could review this information more and provide more feedback on the matter, but we don't have that information.
Could we exclude animal sales, like the sales of live animals, other than like crickets or something? But
I think the main concern here is with the current definition, it's written in a way that it words the potential for small animals. And I believe any effort to revise that further may require us to further assess this change, potential impacts that could occur within the specific plan as a whole. We might have to return with an updated version of this proposal.
Can you remind me whether is the animal services, retail sales and services permitted, or is that conditional?
Just one moment. I can check for you, Madam Mayor. So I think, sorry if I may, in the Main Street overlay, which is the main area of concentration for this project, the current provision is that it's limited to no more than 5,000 square feet right now. And the proposal would be to permit it by right.
And is that, if we were to want to change that to conditional, is that something that would create an issue or with moving this forward tonight?
Sorry, just to clarify a little further, the current provision allows for any proposal that is less than 5,000 square feet to not require a use permit, not conditional. Your question is to see whether we can make all proposals of this nature conditional in the Main Street overlay, is that right?
Of the animal services.
Right.
Yes.
Of any size, I should say.
Yes. And I'm not proposing it at this point. I'm just trying to find out, is that even an option?
Yeah, I mean, it is an option to be more restrictive than what is currently allowed today. Yes.
And it would not hold up the process?
I might look to the city attorney's office to see if we need to do more announcement that this is becoming more restrictive.
No, there wouldn't be any requirement for a notice for more restrictive, but the question is whether the amendment could be made tonight at the dais. Is that an amendment that would be an easy change, or would there need to be further revisions to language in other sections of the text or the addendum, that type of thing? So I would defer to staff on that. And maybe, Madam Mayor, we could go through the comments from other council members, and then at the end, we could take a potential break to, if there is a desire amongst the council members to make changes, take a break to decide whether or not that those changes could be made tonight, or we would need to come back to the council with further revisions.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I think it's very important to know whether or not it would hold up the process or not. So, thank you. Actually, I see Councilmember Combs.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Nash. Also not a fan of animal sales. I'll just put that on record. But what if someone could explain to me what classification or category is Bow Wow Meow in? Because it currently is on Santa Cruz and it currently does pet items, and I think it maybe even does grooming, although I'm not 100% sure. I don't own a dog. But does anyone know like what that fits in?
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. It seems, in staff's understanding, it would be this very type of use classification we're speaking of. Yeah.
Okay, it's just that like they had there was a conditional permit process for them, in theory, to be on Santa Cruz, and if the recommendations are approved, then a Bow Wow Meow wouldn't have to go to the Planning Commission or get any sort of use permit to start a new Bow Wow Meow.
In theory, that is correct. The same type of proposal would, if approved and adopted tonight, this type of category would have no conditional use permit requirement. It would be by right, and therefore that type of use would be allowed irrespective of the square footage.
Okay, thanks. This is a question for the deputy city attorney. What are the restrictions for, if any, are the process for like walking back these changes? So let's say we got, we approved this, and then we got some businesses on Santa Cruz that we decided we didn't want. And so the council goes through and, re-adds the restriction or takes away permission for those types of businesses, what then happens? Is it like those businesses are grandfathered in perpetuity, or they're grandfathered in as long as they have are under their first lease, or are they not grandfathered in at all? And they would have to they would have to relocate if council took back some of the permissions that it may provide tonight.
Well, thank you for that question. Generally, it is within the council's discretion to make changes to a specific plan, either via an applicant submitting changes or unilaterally from the council can make changes to a specific plan. For uses that are approved, that would, like you said, grandfather in. So if changes are made subsequent to the approval of the specific plan, the uses that were approved by a prior specific plan would be generally be considered legal non-conforming uses. And so those uses would continue generally until they are terminated.
Okay, on their own, like, right? And so
right.
Okay, but the council in theory could close, like, could prevent future instances, like, right? But anything that exists at the time that change goes into effect could continue. Okay, thanks for providing additional clarity on that. Like, I would say, first of all, like, going back to the specific plan, someone who is here and engaged in the Menlo Park, government at the time, the idea of the specific plan was that we were supposed to get some of that it was twofold, that you would get the development on El Camino, especially in relation to some of the large vacant lots, some of which had been car dealers, but that you would also spur development on Santa Cruz, and you would bring additional and new businesses there. So we certainly got the developments on El Camino as it relates to the specific plan. There's Springline, there's the Stanford development, there's Meadow Plaza, but the specific plan has been almost a complete failure as it relates to actually revitalizing Santa Cruz. There has been the projects there have been few and far in between, and I don't think we've had any real substantive projects on Santa Cruz as it relates to, like, again, having the retail on the first floor and then the office on the second, and then some housing on the third floor. And I would actually say that Santa Cruz proper is actually worse off since passage of the specific plan today than it did back then. So we haven't gotten any of what we expected to get. And that's no one's to blame. I'm sure there's lots of reasons behind this, but what I see here is an opportunity to try to tweak in a way aspects of the specific plan to try to get some of that vibrancy, some of that additional businesses, diversity of businesses on the Santa Cruz Strip that we haven't gotten. And with this comes some risk, I will admit. There are some usages that I'm not completely that excited about, but I am willing to take the risk because I think, again, where we're at is in a position that nothing so far has really resulted in spurring consistently, and certainly there have been some new restaurants, and I want to acknowledge that, but really spurring on a consistent basis that revitalization of downtown that I think we have been waiting for and expecting for over a decade now. So I would say I'm certainly open to some of the concerns my colleagues have about specific businesses, but overall, I'm really excited about this and supportive, and I think willing to take the risk because so far what we have done has not worked.
Vice Mayor Wise. Thank you so much. And I think that was well said, Councilmember Combs. I agree that I just think this is really exciting that this is coming forward. So thank you to staff and Planning Commission and the applicant for all of this. Sort of a niche question. So on the, and I apologize, I did not think of this until right now. So if you don't have the answer, no problem. But for the animal clinics and hospitals, so if there was an animal retail space that I know like sometimes they'll have like once weekly, like a vet come in or something, which I know can be beneficial to the community. Is that something that could happen or no if we're not allowing animal clinics and hospitals? And then on the no animal sale front, yes, in general, I do really like that idea, but I know some animal retail places will also do like special adoption days for like rescue animals. So I want to make sure that that can happen if that's, so just, I know we're kind of getting into the weeds, but want to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wise. Regarding, I guess the first question you brought up, you had mentioned that there's concern about some kind of medical attention happening on a less frequent basis. I think we'd have to review the proposal specifically to see how frequent that would be and how impactful it is. And I say that because the animal clinics and hospitals use talks about medical care for small animals on a commercial basis. So I feel that that wording is lending itself to a more frequent and day-to-day type situation. And so I think we would still have to review and ensure that we're accepting of a weekly or bi-weekly type of occasional thing. And then regarding your other question about adoption, I believe based on the wording here that the retail and potential sale of small animals could be seen as potentially connecting on the point of adoption as well. I don't think we have anything in the specific plan that speaks to adoption of animals of any kind. We would need to review that. And in my experience, nearly 9 years, I've not had any questions regarding adoption personally myself.
And if I may, I did do some quick research on regulations relating to pet stores and sales of small animals. And there was recent legislation, it appears, that resulted in the adoption of Health and Safety Code Section 122354.5 that prohibits pet stores from selling or offering for sale a dog, cat, or rabbit. But it does not prevent a pet store from providing space to display animals for adoption in accordance with that section. So
thank you. That's
yes.
So, yeah, great quick research. I really appreciate that.
Yes.
Another question, can you just walk us through sort of the idea of moving the therapeutic massage services from personal services restricted to personal services general?
Certainly. Thank you for that question as well. With respect to therapeutic massage, it is currently outside of the specific plan area, a personal service of a general nature. And so if you look at the municipal code and see in the zoning ordinance in chapter 16, the personal services use includes therapeutic massage as general personal services. And so the idea behind that change in the specific plan is to align it with what the rest of the city currently has.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so I know we've had some brief discussion on that. I kind of feel, I guess, a little differently than what's been said earlier. I'm in favor of these sort of spas opening. I think of like Town and Country in Palo Alto. They have high-end spas that do bring a lot of foot traffic, and people go and have a facial, whatever, and then go out to lunch. So I completely understand the hesitation, and I don't want to bring any unsavory situations, but I think I'm not fully convinced to like cross that off the list yet.
I'm not sure did anyone actually?
Councilman.
Mine was just pure massage parlor.
Got it.
Type of massage parlors. I think we all know what we're talking about. Spas and therapeutic.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So there's a line there that I'm trying to articulate that makes me pretty uncomfortable. But
Got it. Okay, yes, and we're on the same page. Thank you.
I actually have a question perhaps for Chief Norris, and that is, we recently passed a massage ordinance. How does therapeutic massage, does that fall under the massage ordinance or not? And sorry, I've not thought about this before, so if you don't have an answer, that is fine.
Mayor, thank you for the question, Mayor. I don't know, without looking at the ordinance and doing a quick evaluation, I wouldn't want to give you an answer that is out of school. But massage facilities are subject to certain inspections, they're subject to certain licensure. We can check and get back to you on how that works with this particular zoning nuance, or it's possible that our partners here in community development already know the answer to that question.
Thank you. No. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Taylor, do you have anything you'd like to add at this point?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. No, I do not.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So I was thinking about the structure of this, and what I'd like to see downtown be, more family use, lots more foot traffic, destination and services. Those all feel pretty good to me. But then I took a step back and realized, hey, I'm just one voice in this, and I think we all have our vision for what downtown could be. So I've been thinking about the discussion, and we're doing a little bit of this on the fly. And I love the fact that we're getting started. This is great. It feels a little overdue. And I agree with Councilmember Combs about the try to tweak this and move things forward, because it feels overdue. The one thing I would ask us to support is going further with minimum burden on staff. And so that's why I feel like this idea of a study session led by the Planning Commission, if we can give that direction, I don't think there's really any downside. It gives us a chance to listen to businesses and residents at a time when we really need to do that. It'll guide our decision-making as a council. And then also just the unintended, I love that question about unintended consequences. Like, let's make that part of the discussion. As part of a study session, I'd love to dive into some of Mrs. Fry's ideas and other things. So I feel like we should definitely proceed with what we're doing, but treat it as a first phase of this, and then let the Planning Commission kind of guide a light touch study session where we can tease more out of this, because I'd rather have a holistic vision of downtown versus the 3 or 4 things I care about or the mayor cares about. I'd rather have residents be a part of this. So as part of what we give guidance, I hope that's something that everybody can support, because I feel like that would be a nice next step beyond this. That would be a fairly low lift and a good way to pull the community into the discussion more.
Sorry, no, my question is just, so is the ask to have Planning Commission do a study session in like a certain amount of time?
I think after the break, whatever would work from a scheduling point of view, because I don't think we have to have a very fast follow to this. Like, this will get us going and give us some breathing room to start the ball rolling. But I don't want to wait 5 years for a general plan update and then go through this big process. I'd love to catch a quicker iteration of this that gets the community more involved, because I think they're chomping at the bit. So timing, I'm not really saying that needs to be fast, but I'd rather not wait 2 or 3 years.
So I actually think that it would be good to, assuming that it sounds like people are supportive of this with maybe some tweaks. I would actually like to see it roll out and have some months to actually see what happens. And then perhaps as next year, the council can make a decision as part of the priority setting discussion, whether or not it actually happens, what is the timing, what is the priority of that? But I think that it would make sense to actually let this go into action, see what happens. We are seeing buildings getting leased. That's great. Before we start tweaking it more, let's give that a little bit of time. Certainly not 5 years, maybe not even a year, but just let it happen. And then I would suggest, as part of the council priority setting next year, to discuss that and give direction at that point, because at that point you'll have more of an idea of what's going on.
I actually completely agree. I didn't mean to imply we would fast follow with a second set of adjustments. I think what I'm hoping we can insert is a kind of a community listening step that gives us feedback for whenever we do that second round. Let's say it's a year from now. I just want to insert a community listening step in there, and I think the Planning Commission would be a great way to start that. They're chomping at the bit to help with stuff like this, and so yeah, I totally agree. It's not we're going to follow up 6 months later with round 2 of adjustments. It's more, let's release some of that pent up pressure for downtown vibrancy by letting people comment and give us ideas and feed what that priority setting action plan kind of looks like. So I think we're in agreement.
Great. So I guess I would not support giving direction tonight beyond maybe putting it on the priority setting for next year. And then, obviously it can be brought forward at any time, but it just seems to me that give it, 6-9 months to really see what happens.
I respect that. I'd love to hear if other council members would be okay with doing a listening session a little bit earlier than that, because I just don't think there's much of a downside to doing a study session. So
staff time.
Yeah, but
study sessions take quite a bit of planning and effort, and so I really see it as a trade-off as to, how is downtown doing? What is, is this really being taken up as we are hoping it will? And also just how are we doing on our housing element, on other things? What does staff have the time to be pulling this forward with? Yes, heavy leaning on the Planning Commission, but that still involves quite a bit of staff time.
Fair enough. I want to.
We can see how everyone else feels.
Yes, I want to put it out there.
So I guess prior to going down that, maybe we can get some more clarity as to exactly, it sounds like people are supportive of this. What tweaks do we want to discuss possibly making? Councilmember Combs, I see you ready to talk.
I actually am not ready to talk.
Okay.
But if you ask that question again, I'll try to answer it.
Well, I guess the first thing that we've sounds that I'd like to discuss, why don't we, is the animal clinics and hospitals. And I think that there is an open question as far as what Vice Mayor Weiss brought forward. I do believe that currently I believe that Bow Wow Meow does actually host some infrequent medical clinics, which I think I would support. The clinics, I would also support the adoption, which it sounds like our state regulations do now put some boundaries on that. But I guess, what are others? Actually, let me first go to Mr. Speaker and say, do you have any concerns? I know we had talked about it once, but do you have any concerns if we do modify the animal clinics and hospitals.
Is that the only thing? So
First thing that,
and the answer is I'm not hung up on animal clinics. That's not the main focus of what we're trying to do. I would just state, though, I do think that downtown needs to be less restrictive and be a magnet for people. So you can find things wrong with everything, and yet we all would say Bow Wow Meow is probably a good addition to downtown. So I would just be careful with that. But no, if you guys strike that part of this, we are very okay with that. Just don't do too much of the hacking.
thank you. We'll give you a chance to comment on anything else. So is there, I guess, is there support for striking animal clinics and hospitals?
Yeah.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I thought we were doing both animal sales and animal clinics and hospitals.
I had actually pulled it apart, but feel
support-
free to put it back together.
No, I'd say I'm fine striking both of those. So if they're one or if they're two, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I actually will say I'm more comfortable. I am now comfortable with the animal retails and services, given the state law basically does not allow for animal sales, but does allow for adoptions.
Oh, okay.
Is what it, if I understood that correctly.
Mayor Nash, is animal sales of dogs, cats, and rabbits. It doesn't speak to other types of animals.
I mean, it's a pet store, right? So I don't think pet stores drive a ton of foot traffic. So anyway, I'm not hung up on it. I think the hospitals don't drive foot traffic either.
Councilmember Combs.
And so like can someone explain to me if we make changes or tweaks here, we still could pass this tonight, or would it have to come back? And we'd vote on it another night with these changes implemented formally.
Good question.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing tonight, in this current conversation, so with the removal of the conditional use permit for animals, clinics, and hospitals, so that it would just essentially be no change. So there would not be support for the proposed amendment. If there is not support for the permitted use of animal retail and sales, it could remain as is as a limited approval in terms of 5,000 square feet being an allowed use if it's limited to 5,000 square feet. So, and if that's the case, then we just not approve that particular amendment. Nothing is changed, and we can go forward with the amendments.
All right. So we can go forward with changes such as that.
Right. It would just be not
because we just revert to the old
existing. Yes.
Existing. Thank you. All right. Actually, I would be fine with just reverting to the existing so that animal clinics are not, animal retail is allowed up to 5,000 square feet. Councilmember Combs, Councilmember Taylor, thoughts?
If that's where the consensus is, I'm supportive.
The same for me. If that's where the consensus is, I'm supportive.
And I don't feel
super strongly one way or the other.
Yes, existing of the animal clinics and animal sales as it exists currently. Another question I think we had was on business services, which is, just reading it from the resolution, establishments that primarily provide goods and services to other businesses and the public on a fee or contract basis, including printing and copying, blueprint services, advertising and mailing, office equipment rental and leasing, office security, photo finishing, and model building. I guess the first question is, yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
So these uses in this proposal would be conditional, so they're not by right. But these uses, I would I'd be hesitant to want to remove these because these are things like a UPS store, like a FedEx, which I think would kind of do what people want to do downtown, drop something off at UPS as they go grab coffee, have lunch. So I would just be hesitant on that one, but I just would remind you that it's a conditional use, so it's not a by right. So it still would have to go through the process of the city.
Thank you. Mr. Pruder, could you explain exactly on conditional use, what does the Planning Commission, what are they making the decision on? In other words, well, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. The Planning Commission's role when looking at a use permit, any use permit, would be to understand and determine whether the findings found in Chapter 16.82 of the zoning ordinance are being met. So we talk about safety, we talk about other factors with compatibility, and it is possible that every time a proposal comes forward that has a use permit application, it can be denied, it can be continued. There are ways that the Planning Commission can make the determination and effectively not allow for a proposal like a business services in this hypothetical.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you for that. I just want to use the example about UPS and FedEx, just so I make sure I understand. So if we take that as a real life example, there's a FedEx corner on the corner, a block and a half away, there's a postal service. So does that mean that the Planning Commission has the ability to say within a proximity, we don't need 4 more FedEx stores? Is that partly what the conditional gives us, or does there have to be something more hazardous to the communities? I'm struggling with that phrase. I feel like if we open up this category, it could become fairly predominant. And so it doesn't sound like conditional gives us the ability to restrict that, just from a purely economic sense.
I think that's a fair point, Councilmember Schmidt, but I would also stress that the expectation of this type of use coming into the downtown and having such a frequency and so many applicants coming for use permits for this type of use, I think that's a less likely scenario versus, just the catchment area that each of these businesses would serve and kind of the sense of what the market would be. So I would look toward potentially the applicant for more background on that, but I'd also add, it could be seen in terms of what is the current traffic for these, the post office that we have in downtown and for the FedEx that's across the street on El Camino Real. I mean, those could be something that, staff could look more into that potentially to understand how that's working in the downtown area currently. But I think it would be important to note that this type of use does not, seem to have a lot of questions and activity coming towards planning. I think we don't encounter a lot of questions on this use type generally. So I would think that it could be seen as a less likely type of expectation to have this flourish in the downtown, among other use types that are proposed tonight.
And we could always adjust. I mean, if this is one of the areas that gets over-indexed, we could always adjust in future zoning revisions, it sounds like.
I think there's absolutely scope for your, future study session or those other, types of future meetings to consider something like this issue.
Thanks.
So any other thoughts as far as just keep it in at this point? Okay. What other services did people want to? What other line items? Okay. I guess I have one other question, and that is, so if you get a spa, let's say, in one building, and next door there's someone comes in for a racquetball, how will that be evaluated? Or is there, does that just happen? I'm thinking that, kids excited are a different noise than like racquetball, which could actually be really mess up the vibe of the spa or the other service.
Thank you for that question as well, Mayor Nash. I think there are a few important municipal code factors to consider. One is our noise ordinance. And so it would be important to note whether the proposed racquetball is effective at avoiding any noise ordinance exceedance during the daytime hours. And if that alone is an issue, there may need to be some additional work that the racquetball business does. Keeping in mind with the proposed amendments, the racquetball business could come in with just a business license and a building permit and potentially no planning commission or discretionary review it would need a use permit. Saying the opposite. I apologize. The spa, on the other hand, would not need to undergo the discretionary action. So the spa moving in would only need the business license and building permit potentially from the city. And I mean to say that when a racquetball business comes in, noise could be considered one of the factors in terms of the findings. And if that is a significant problem that the prospective applicant cannot address, and the planning commission, asks of the applicant, what will you be doing to address that? That could be something that definitely is talked about and considered for the findings.
Thank you. Any other discussion at this point? All right. Does someone want to make a motion? Or, well, actually, I see this as, let's first talk about, you had wanted to see what the appetite is for planning commission review, or are you comfortable with, or for direction?
I'd just love to see what other folks think, because I would like to have that discussion sooner than the priority setting session, if we could, just as input for the priority setting session and the kinds of things it would tease out of. So I look at that as more input for priority setting versus after priority setting. And I'm just curious what other folks think.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, can someone on staff help recollect my memory? There is a role that the Planning Commission formally plays as it relates to kind of reviewing, right, the specific plan on some regular basis, or am I misremembering? Is there anyone that can?
I will just say, I remember that too, within our 8 years that we did have a review.
And I only ask it to say that, like, I'm supportive. I would think that, like, couldn't this, if there does exist some current process by which Planning Commission reviews or can review the specific plan, could this like piggyback on that? That was going to be my only suggestion. But in theory, I don't have like any like opposition to this. I think my only concern would be the concern that Mayor Nash mentioned about the staff effort that would go in, and whether it be a lot or not, which is why I was saying that, like, if there is some process as it relates to the specific plan, this can piggyback on that. But I'm like I said, I'm supportive. My only concern might be as it relates to staff time.
City Manager Murphy.
Through the mayor, I'm not sure if other council members want to chime in, but I can take an opportunity now that in terms of the specific plan review, there is something that prescribes for some sort of periodic review. And my recollections were the last time that the council did that, there was a big focus on housing, and that turned into the housing element. And as people know, the 680 unit cap in the specific plan was lifted through all the Herculean effort that was done to get to the housing element to come into compliance with state law. So tremendous amount of planning focus on that. And I think that's kind of a key thing with what we're trying to work through, is that I understand the kind of the light touch aspect desire. I think it might be better to kind of have this discussion as part of the council's work plan for the next year, which I think is coming up on your next agenda. That's typically an info item. Maybe we need to have that evolve a little bit to get to a council discussion, especially within some of these topic areas where you have competing priorities across very limited staff to kind of achieve that. So I would hate to get direction tonight focused on this one item without the providing opportunity to provide the greater context. So we can take the feedback tonight about that I'm hearing some interest, so long as it's a light touch, overall timing over the next year prior to council priority setting. That said, I would still want to provide you the overall context of the list of things staff is embarking on as it relates to the Parkline project across the street, the USGS campus, as you know, the overall housing element, the downtown parking lot items. So there's quite a bit on staff's plate that I'm very cognizant of.
So are you comfortable given that information to not give direction tonight, and we will
Yeah, it sounds like we would just in an upcoming session next time or time after, we'll clarify that a little bit more.
Correct.
Yeah, there's no, it's light touch, there's no burning bridge to do it like tomorrow. It's just, it'd be a great set of inputs to have. So thanks.
All right. So what I'm hearing is that council is supportive of the proposal with the changes that the animal clinics and hospitals and the animal retail sales and services remain in their current state. Mr. Speaker, would you like to make any comments prior to us doing a vote? No, you're good with this? Wonderful. All right. Any other council member comments, or would someone like to make a motion? Yes, City Attorney Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I just wanted to remind the council that at the beginning of staff's presentation, they identified some recommendations on changes that need to be made. And so I would ask staff to reiterate those so that they can be part of the motion the council makes.
Thank you for that clarification. Coming from staff here, we have the two items of concern. The first is that we establish the maximums for the banks and financial institutions, the 30,000 square foot overall maximum for the Main Street overlay. And then the second is within that, the 5,000 square foot individual bank maximum. And then in addition to that, we have that edit that I had highlighted earlier in the presentation regarding the C footnote 1, just the text of that alone on table E1 of the resolution.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone want to make a motion at this time?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs.
Just don't ask me for like specific details.
I have that.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by Vice Mayor Wise to adopt a resolution approving the following amendments to the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan. Modify the land use allowed on Santa Cruz Avenue between the Caltrain Station and University Drive within the downtown station area Main Street overlay, land use designation Chapter E. The proposed revisions include changing the banks and financial institutions use from not allowed to conditional, subject to a maximum size of 5,000 square feet and a total development limit of 30,000 square feet for all existing and proposed banks and financial institutions. 2, changing the business services from not allowed to conditional. 3, changing the personal improvement services use from on upper floors only to permitted. 4, changing personal services general from on upper floors only to permitted. And 5, changing commercial recreation small scale from not permitted to conditionally permitted. Allowing existing buildings within the Main Street overlay, chapters E and G, to have an additional allowance up to 2/3 of the public benefit bonus floor area ratio for office uses if located in the rear half of the ground floor without ground floor frontage on Santa Cruz Avenue and/or on the second floor, and not increasing the overall square footage of the building, subject to a use permit and a public benefit agreement, modifying 4 use classifications across the entire El Camino Real downtown specific plan area, Chapter H. 1, business services, expand to include businesses that primarily provide goods and services to the public. 2, personal improvement services, remove spas. 3, personal services, restricted, remove therapeutic massage services. And 4, personal services, general, expand to include therapeutic massage services, nail salons, biometric screening, and a broader set of spa services, which include non-surgical, non-invasive, cosmetic, and aesthetic services such as injectables, laser treatment, skin rejuvenation, and body contouring. And lastly, amending the table in the resolution, Table E1.
I think we actually have some more discussion.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that thorough. No, please go ahead.
Thank you for reading that out. So I still I leaned over to the mayor and I'm a little uncomfortable on the therapeutic massage services, removing it from restricted and adding it to general, personal services general. So therapeutic massage services, I think everybody knows, or you have a sense of what I feel uncomfortable about. So can you just dive in in a little bit more detail about why is that not restricted anymore and it's now part of general? Is it the word therapeutic? Is there some kind of a classification that I can't get my head around? I don't want massage parlors downtown. So I think that's what I'm kind of struggling with. So I just love a little more clarity on that.
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Schmidt. And so I think what Mr. Pruder explained earlier is that the proposed change is to really align with what is already allowed in other zoning districts that are outside of the specific plan. And in speaking with the chief, he did have an opportunity to look at the recent massage ordinance, and it would be all the uses for massage would be still compliant with massage ordinance. So they would still go through the background check, would be have the proper licensing. And so it would be akin to other uses allowed in the city outside of the specific plan area. And so we're really just trying to make it apples to apples.
I'm okay with these being in other parts of the city. I think it's just having some of these licensed or not on Santa Cruz Avenue is what feels a little strange. So anyway, I just wanted to, sorry for opening that back up, but there's just something about having licensed or unlicensed, having it right there on Santa Cruz Avenue, it just makes me a little uncomfortable.
So what is the plan for review? I guess I would like to suggest that we have an annual information item going to council and to planning commission to just sort of do a check-in to see how this is working. And obviously, if staff feels like it's needed more often than that, please go ahead. But I'd like to at least set up an annual review, and that's sometime when, there could be another discussion, perhaps, depending what we're seeing at that point. Is that doable?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So my understanding is to conduct an annual review of the types of uses that are along the Main Street overlay as a result of these proposed changes?
Actually, I was thinking of something a little more passive than that, basically an information report that gives the council and the planning commission an information report that gives them just what are the current, locations for different services. Well, I guess basically, what does Santa Cruz Avenue look like in this district? So, how have things changed?
In terms of uses and vacancies? Or
yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I think we can produce
But it's, I don't know if it makes sense to have a formal review. That's more,
Sure. We're happy to provide an information item, just great to share the information.
So maybe I'll ask the question then, if that does come in as a cadence, how would everyone feel about not making that apples to apples in the short term? I don't know that there's any positive or negative of making it apples to apples. So keeping therapeutic massage services on the restricted list for now and maybe revisiting it in the future, taking it off general, just making that one small tweak. I don't know how people feel about that, and it's not a huge thing for me. I'm fine to go either way, but I'm just thinking about what I would want storefronts to look like on Santa Cruz Avenue, and there are just certain kinds of businesses that I'm not sure our families would want to see on downtown Santa Cruz. So maybe keeping it as is relative to that type of business.
Mr. Speaker, any comments?
I mean, for the record, I too do not want to see massage parlors on Santa Cruz. So I understand where you're coming from. I think it's more, it falls under the wellness category. Like, I would personally want to hear what, Kim, who's opening up a yoga studio, is there ever going to be any sort of kind of, cool down massage that happens? And would that be restricted because of what you're trying to avoid a massage parlor, but you're having an unintended consequence on the wellness side? So,
I mean, as a secondary service, I think it's probably fine, but as a primary business, as a primary use is what I think I am having. I think we're in agreement that the primary use is the question. As an add-on service to what's primarily a yoga studio, I think those feel like two pretty different businesses to me. And it shouldn't restrict a wellness business coming on to Santa Cruz Avenue, if I understand the definitions correctly.
I would ask Matt, did you know if someone was opening up a wellness center or something that in one piece of it had a massage part, would that work if the council restricts this?
I could see a situation where if it is more predominantly focused on therapeutic massage, that we may see that as a main use. If there is some breakdown, let's say 50-50, let's say a smaller percentage, we'd probably need to understand the rest of the activities on site. I think the other factors we would typically review when we have kind of a mixture in a business is, amount of activity, but also what's the staffing. We would want to know certification of the massage therapist, what that status would be and what the expectation would be. And then I think more programmatically a sense of the timing and duration of that in relation to other activities, not only the percentage of space that it occupies, but also the perhaps percentage of, programmatic timing. Is this once a week? Is this every day as well? Is this all hours are open? I think those would play a lot of the main factors in planning's determination on whether or not this would lean into therapeutic massage and possibly the current situation, which is personal services restricted, as opposed to personal improvement services, or if indeed a different type of spa, personal services general.
Could you explain that a little bit more? So essentially, are you saying that in the case where it is part of a spa or yoga or something like that, it actually, and it's just sort of an ancillary service, it would be seen, actually, if it was more than just sort of an ancillary service, then it would fall into a different category than therapeutic massage?
I think this will depend on a variety of factors that I mentioned, but we would look to understanding what the primary use is, and then that use will determine its potential permitting pathway. And so it will depend on the full concentration of activities that are proposed. It is one business, and therefore it needs to have an understanding of one use category that we would select or understand for the property, for that business, I should say.
Do we have other therapeutic massage services at this time in the city and more specifically in the specific plan area?
I'm aware of therapeutic massage in a different part of the specific plan. I'm not aware of one that is on Santa Cruz Avenue at this time.
We do have businesses that are therapeutics massage.
Yes, we do. One that I'd worked on was at 1800 El Camino Real, which is technically in the almost northernmost part of the specific plan area, but that's near the corner of El Camino Real, and I can't recall the street, but it's near the Atherton border.
Thank you.
I mean, I would just put it forward if we keep that as is for now, and then in future updates and study sessions, we tease that out a little bit. I wouldn't want to restrict anybody who's already creating this as a secondary or ancillary part of their business, but if it's a primary use, my personal preference would be to not have it as a primary use business on Santa Cruz. I don't see any benefit of doing apples to apples if that's the only rationale. So that's what I'd propose to that's what I would propose to council, is maybe keeping those categories the same for now, and if there's unintended consequences, we can revisit it. So I'll put that forward to the group.
Well, let me ask, if we do keep it the same, so it does not move over to the general, does that preclude a yoga studio from having any sort of massage services?
I think that will depend on, again, the factors of how much time of day the business would have this type of activity, how much space that would occupy, how much staff would be dedicated to it. There are a few different layers here we would need to factor in. So I think,
but essentially, it's not a no. It wouldn't necessarily preclude it. It really depends on the situation. But someone could propose that.
Yes, I think it depends, right? And so as you mentioned, the primary use would need to be the yoga studio. If there is once a week, massage therapist that might come in, that might be allowed, but it's really hard to say without seeing the specifics of how much space is dedicated to that. What are the hours of operation for that particular type of use? And then it starts to bleed into like, this is, potentially more popular than the other studios. And then, it starts to bleed. And so then we have that's harder to manage if the use itself starts to change over time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Kimberly, did you want to add anything?
It says no impact to hers.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'll put it forward to the group. I can easily be outvoted, but I feel like it's, depending on how we want Santa Cruz Avenue to look, this might be a category we keep as is for now and then just evaluate it in the future.
Vice Mayor Wise.
So essentially, if we keep it as is now, if like a high-end spa wanted to come onto Santa Cruz, they could only be on an upper floor? Is that what we're saying?
No, if I may, Madam Mayor, the premise here is the discussion on the definition in the use classification section in the appendix of the specific plan regarding the wording of the personal services general designation. That designation itself, having the therapeutic massage services move from restricted personal services to general personal services. That's the only thing. The use details we were going over in the table E1 that regard what's conditional, what's permitted by right, that's a separate discussion. This would just tell us whether or not we would classify therapeutic massage as we currently do, which is restricted, or we allow it to be part of general, which includes other proposed items like spa related that we'd gone over earlier.
Why don't you make a proposal?
So through the mayor, I just...
Yes, please.
I do want to just clarify, though, I think to Vice Mayor Wise's question, though, if it does revert, if there are no changes, then I think to your specific question about whether or not a standalone spa service would be allowed on Santa Cruz Avenue, the answer would be no. They would not be allowed.
Wait, a standalone spa service would not be allowed? I thought we were just talking about a therapeutic
if they were
massage.
massage. I'm sorry, massage. Standalone massage.
Oh, a
business.
standalone massage would not, but a spa would be allowed. That, okay,
And let's double check real quick on the
please.
spa.
Yeah, because spa is facials, mani-pedis, all the other things. It's the standalone primary therapeutic massage that I have. Spas are great, but some other kind of things are a little tougher. Yeah, that's my perspective at least.
So just to circle back to that, so if you were looking at personal services generals, and so spa services is a proposed addition to that category, so it's therapeutic massage. But if that was removed, then we would need to, again, that it depends on the spa services, how much of what type of uses are allowed in that particular spa.
And to clarify a little further, in the amended language that we have in the resolution, you can see there the wording of the spa services includes other activities. So we have aesthetic and cosmetic type activities that involve like facial treatments and injectables and those kinds of things that are not as medically focused. So there are other activities that I believe, we staff believe that a spa service could entail. It doesn't necessarily mean all spas would have massage or need massage necessarily.
So I guess I'm putting forward everything that Judy read, City Clerk Karen read as is, with the reversion of only therapeutic massage back to restricted spas and spa services and everything in personal services general. So that's the only modification that I recommend if folks are open to it.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that then.
I'm fine with it.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Combs, you're fine with that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Councilmember Taylor?
Judy understands exactly what she's doing.
Councilmember Taylor, are you supportive of the?
Yes.
Thank you. And just to make sure, is everyone supportive of the annual information item with information about what's happening on Santa Cruz Avenue?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think we're all set.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So the motion will remain the same with the modification to my third bullet, which will be now modify 3 use classifications across the entire El Camino Real downtown specific plan area, Chapter H. 1, business services, expand to include businesses that primarily provide goods and services to the public. 2, personal improvement services, remove spa. 3, personal services general, expand to include nail salons, biometric screening, and a broader set of spa services, which include non-surgical, non-invasive, cosmetic, aesthetic services, such as injectables, laser treatment, skin rejuvenation, and body contouring. And then the direction about the info item, that staff has received. So any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Yes.
And Mayor Nash.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the final public hearing tonight is J2, hold public hearing and consider and adopt a resolution approving the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and authorizing its submittal to the Department of Water Resources. Here to introduce the item is Associate Engineer Scott Jaw.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Scott Chow, Associate Engineer, and I'm joined here by our Public Works Director, Azalea Mitch, and our consultants from EKI, Tina Wong and Jean Hirayama. And I'll be introducing our item tonight, which is the public hearing and adoption of our 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. So what we're requesting from council tonight is one, to hold a public hearing on the draft 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. The Water Shortage Contingency Plan is a component of the Urban Water Management Plan, and it's included in the appendix. The second item is to adopt a resolution adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. And so now I'll pass it over to our consultant at EKI, Tina Wong.
Thank you, and good evening, council members. I'm here to give you a highlight of the contents of the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. The plan includes information on the city's water surfaces, its projected water demands, its outlook on water supply reliability, and also, as Scott mentioned, an independent component on the water shortage continued planning, and also a description of the city's current and planned conservation programs. The plan, background of plan, it is a key document that articulates of all the information that I listed just now, and also the water planning strategy to the public and also the governing body. It is a framework to discuss contingency planning, and also it is a state mandated document. So this one is due July 1st. It's due every 5 years and updated every 5 years. It is a prerequisite to receive state funding, include grants and also state funded loans. It also is a foundation for water supply assessments for approval of large developments. The city's water service area and the city's water service name, Menlo Park Municipal Water, serves approximately half of the city of Menlo Park, and it includes most of the areas north of El Camino and some areas south. It approximately have 4,229 connections as of 2025. It is supplied by San Francisco's regional water systems potable water, water from Hetch Hetchy. Also, it receives recycled water from West Bay Sanitary District for non-potable uses. Over the past 10 years, water use have fluctuated in response to drought and rebounds. There's no particular pattern of an increase or decrease, but I should note that the beginning year 2015 was like a drought year where water demands are low. But however, post the drought, we had another drought in 2021 to 2023. And you can see there's some rebound in between, but not fully to like a high levels as high as before. From 2025 and beyond, demand is projected to increase by another 13%. And what's driving that demand projection is first that population employment grows about 62%, so pretty major on the population side, and also 16% on the commercial side, respectively. So those are upward driving factors. There's also downward driving factors such as continued water conservation, passive efficiency savings that drives down. So all of those factors resulted in the projected 13% increase in demand. Moving on to the supply picture. As I mentioned, San Francisco Water is the only source of potable supply for the city. We have a perpetual individual supply guarantee, and that's an agreement with San Francisco of 4.456 million gallons per day, or 1,630 million gallons per year. The past purchases over the last 5 years is around 50 to 60%, so there's still quite some room. More on the recycled water side, this city currently is, West Bay Sanitary District is the recycled water purveyor within the city, and it collects the wastewater and send it to the Redwood Shores treatment plant to treat, and then also delivers recycled water to the city. It currently has a satellite treatment plant that serves the Sharon Heights Golf Course, so it's like treats and recycled it far away in the Sharon Heights area. And then new facilities and customers are anticipated to connected to a new facility, a new system in the Bayfront area post 2028. A major factor that's going to impact future supply is the proposed, the adopted Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan amendment was adopted in 2018 and establishes water quality objectives for rivers flowing into the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta. There's no immediate impact anticipated because of the challenges currently with implementation and its uncertainties. There's also a proposed 12 Healthy Rivers Landscape Program by SFPUC, undergoing consideration as undergoing negotiation as a alternative to reduce supply impacts and protect the environment. However, there's no timeline for adoption or progress of the HRL. So that information is not available for this round of the Urban Water Management Plan. Because the city is fully reliant on San Francisco for potable water, as required by the code, the city is required to use the information and water supply reliability information provided by San Francisco. For this round, San Francisco provided two scenarios. One is implementation of the Bay Delta Plan as adopted, and that would induce high shortage levels during dry years. And also there's another scenario is no implementation of the Bay Delta Plan at all. These two scenarios, both of those scenarios were presented in San Francisco's plan, and they've used scenario one, which is the worst scenario for submittal to the DWR standard tables. And for our city's plan, we're doing the same, and other BOSCA agencies that receive water from San Francisco is doing the same. Unfortunately, there's no HRL scenario conducted at modeling conducted at this time, so we don't have any information on the voluntary agreement. So during normal years, total available potable supply is projected to meet the city's ISG. So there's abundance of water and some extra. Recycled water supply are also drought proof, so it's available in all years. The difference between the two scenarios is within the dry year scenario. Scenario one, if Bay Delta Plan is implemented by written per information provided by San Francisco, there's significant shortfall anticipated in dry years, particularly up to 43%. And then there's no current mechanism to allocate this type of shortage between the wholesale agencies. So this is a flat haircut. Although in reality, if that kind of drought happens, there's going to be negotiations on how it's going to be allocated. And then scenario two just shows if there's no implementation of Bay Delta Plan, San Francisco have indicated that supplies will be fully available to the SG as well. So there's like a vast difference between the two scenarios that they provided. To discuss and address these shortages in the Urban Water Management Plan, there's information provided by San Francisco that discussed there's no immediate impact on water supplies because of the implementation challenges and ongoing negotiations. San Francisco has a commitment to their level of service goal, which is no more than 20% shortage during dry year. So they're working towards that goal. Also, there's water supply planning that's happening with the San Francisco's Alternative Water Supply Program and also BOSCA's long-term water supply strategy effort. The city itself, it is through Bosco participation advocating for San Francisco's alternative plan and also the voluntary agreement. It is also implementing its water supply, water conservation programs to manage its demand, support expansion of recycled water supply through collaboration with West Bay, developing alternative local supplies, including the emergency well, and also have a tool of the water shortage continuity plan to implement during a dry year. That brings us to the topic of the standalone water shortage contingency plan. The plan provides guidelines, actions, and procedures for managing water supply and demand during a shortage. It includes 6 standard stages, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and above 50%, and also the response actions within each stage. The guiding principles of that plan, and it has not changed recently, is to eliminate water waste, prioritize the reduction of non-essential water uses. So, for example, outdoor irrigation on turf, and also preserve water uses that are essential to the health, safety, welfare, and economic vitality of cities' customers during periods of water shortage. The updates to this plan in this round is very minor. It's mostly for bringing information up to date with the UMP contents and also incorporate actual measures that were implemented during the drought and incorporate the lessons learned recently and also expand the list of public outreach and emergency response actions. In general, key takeaways from the urban water management plan is the customers are becoming increasingly water efficient and throughout the future. There's sufficient water supplies available during normal non-drought years through 2050. However, uncertainties on dry year supplies remain. Regards to timeline of the Bay Delta Plan implementation, adoption of a voluntary agreement, and also how water supply for shortages greater than 20% is allocated. However, regardless, the city is proactively managing water demands and also developing recycled water and also evaluating alternative sources of supply. And then finally, the city's water shortage continuity plan provides guidelines, actions, and procedures for managing water supply demands during a water shortage or any emergency or of any cause. And I'll hand it back to Scott.
Thank you, Tina. So I'll just wrap up our presentation, just talking about the remaining timeline for the adoption of the Urban Water Management Plan. So yeah, we're here today on June 23rd, holding the public hearing and the adoption meeting. And then the recommendation to City Council is to adopt the resolution to adopt the 2025 plan. The deadline, we will need to submit the adopted plan to the DWR by July 1st. We'll also need to submit the plan to the California State Library and San Mateo County as well. And then 30 days following adoption, we'll make the plan available on the city's website and also include the water shortage contingency plan as a standalone appendix. So thank you. That concludes our presentation tonight.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open the public hearing? All right. And what I'd like to do is after the public hearing, before we have council discussion, we will take a 5-minute break. So at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on the item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our second public hearing, J2, related to the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item J2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and let's take a 5-minute break and then we will come back and be open for council discussion. Thank you. All right, thank you for that break. I'd now like to open for city council discussion. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks, Mayor Nash. Two really quick ones. Thanks for the presentation. This sounds like it's sort of well under control, which is good and refreshing. I'm curious on the Department of Water Resources. Once we submit this, I'm assuming, does this just become a sort of plan of record? Do they push back and offer advice, or is it mainly on file with them, and that's really that step? Or does anything active happen after that?
The primary role of the Department of Water Resources is to review the plan and make sure you completed it, and if it's completed per the water code requirements. So they, rather than reviewing the comments and provide you with substantial suggestions on your contents, they're more reviewing it for instance of, did you present the information in the way that the water code required? So that's, yeah. So there's not a lot of advice or comment that's going on. It's more like, have you met the regs on producing this document?
Got it. And then a quick follow-up question. During the point you made about the uncertainty during the dry years, during the next filing cycle, so over the next 5 years before we file again, do we work that uncertainty out? Is that part of what the city does in collaboration with San Francisco and other entities?
Yes, I think the discussion is ongoing, and it's been going since we first presented information in the last urban water management plan. We are still uncertain on, in terms of the timeline, how things will roll out. So I think we always have the option of amend the plan before the next 5 year if there's substantial information that comes along, or address this issue again during the next 5 year update.
Great, thanks.
So I sit on the BOSCA, the Bay Area Water Conservation Supply Agency, and we regularly talk about these uncertainties, and there is no timeline, as staff mentioned at this point. It's in the state's hands, and we get updates regularly, and it does not really move very fast at all. And so if anyone's interested, I can provide more information, but essentially we regularly hear it's still in this, the state is still pondering it. I do want to mention that as part of BOSCA, there is some discussion about just the design drought and how the SFPUC goes about the design drought. And we are going to, I believe we'll be having a discussion this fall about how that happens. BOSCA has very little, we can basically ask the SFPUC, but we cannot, we don't have any control over how they do the design drought. But just so everyone knows, we are taking a look at that and sort of how does that happen? And there's two other agencies, Valley Water and East Bay Mud, which do the design drought slightly differently. And again, we just, at BOSCA, we sort of want to hear, how did SFPUC decide to do it this way? And why are these other two agencies doing it in a fairly different, have a fairly different approach, with SFPUC being on the conservative end, making sure that we do not run out of water is a good thing, but it also means that there's more emphasis on alternative water supplies and spending major amounts of money to look at different ways to perhaps have more water, and is that really necessary? So that'll be an ongoing discussion. Anyway, I really appreciate all your work on this. Thank you. Any other comments, or would someone like to make a motion in a second?
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Before we take the vote or a motion, Could we confirm with the council members that are participating remotely again that there's no one over the age of 18 in the room?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
There is no one over the age of 18 in the room, but me.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. There is no one in the room over 18 other than me. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Would someone like to make a motion? Actually, I will go ahead and make the motion. And would someone like to second?
So I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Nash and a second by Vice Mayor Wise to adopt a resolution accepting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and authorizing its submittal to the Department of Water Resources. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is K1, consider and adopt resolutions for fiscal year 2026-27, adopting budget and capital improvement plan, establishing appropriations limit, amending salary schedule effective July 12th, 2026, extending rate assistant program through June 2027, and accepting award authority and bid requirements through June 2027. Here to introduce the item is Administrative Services Director Fenny Lai.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to present the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget for your consideration and adoption. I'm joined by Brittany Mello, Administrative Services Director, Katie Lee, Interim Finance and Budget Manager, and Adrian Patino, Management Analyst 2. We look forward to walking you through the proposed budget and addressing any questions and concerns you may have. Tonight's presentation will begin with a brief overview of the City Council's priorities. I'll then highlight key budget changes since June 9th and provide an update on the 5-year general fund forecast. Finally, I'll walk through the resolutions and actions before the City Council and conclude with an opportunity for direction and questions. The City Council has identified 5 strategic priorities to guide the city's budget development process. This year, public safety was added as a new priority. Staff provided a more detailed discussion of each priority and the associated initiatives during the May 28th budget workshop. The proposed budget before you tonight was developed with these priorities in mind. I'd like to share some good news. The state's fiscal year 2026-27 budget includes a 65% backfill of the city's fiscal year 2024-25 VLF shortfall through Assembly Bill 109. For the city, that amounts to approximately $1.9 million. The budget bill has been approved by the Assembly and Senate and is currently awaiting the governor's signature. The city also continues to work with our county partners on advocacy to address future VLF funding and seek a more permanent solution. Since the June 9th budget workshop, staff has incorporated the changes directed by City Council. On the expenditure side, the proposed budget includes approximately $0.2 million in additional costs related to BCJPIA insurance premium true-up, AFSCME MOU, and a downtown development financial feasibility study. To offset these costs, staff has incorporated council-approved reductions in library and community services, totaling approximately $0.5 million. These reductions include adjustments to library and indoor recreation programming, and pool hours after Labor Day. Staff has also incorporated council-approved reductions in public works totaling approximately $0.4 million. These reductions include the elimination of Safe Routes outreach consulting services, street tree lighting, the weed management contract, and median and right-of-way maintenance contract. Collectively, these changes result in approximately $0.7 million in net ongoing expenditure reductions. This table here summarizes the new reductions incorporated in the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget since June 9th public hearing. In addition to the reductions already incorporated in the proposed budget, there are several other potential expenditure reductions and revenue adjustments for City Council's consideration. These include reducing library operating hours by approximately 24 hours total, which would reduce temporary staffing needs and generate approximately $200,000 in savings. If City Council wishes to proceed, staff would develop an implementation strategy to minimize community impact to ensure that at least one library location remains open. Another option is to reduce the scope and frequency of special events, which would generate approximately $80,000 in savings. A third option is to reduce non-safety overtime by 33%, which would result in approximately $80,000 in savings as well. On the revenue side, the City Council may also consider increasing gymnastics fees by 44%, which would generate approximately $500,000 in additional revenue. If directed, staff would explore a phased approach to reduce the impact on participants. Given the structural deficit, a long-term review is needed for service level general fund subsidy in accordance with the user cost recovery policy, beginning with a study session planned for fall of 2026. The city's budget is comprised of more than 55 individual funds with a total of proposed expenditure budget of $151.1 million. Of that total, general fund accounts for about $89.9 million, while all other funds combined represent $61.3 million. Turning to the Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP, the proposed budget includes $13 million in new funding, of which $3.1 million is from General CIP Fund, along with approximately $60 million in estimated carryover funding from prior years. Importantly, we're pleased to present a proposed fiscal year 26-27 general fund budget that is balanced without use of reserves. As the table illustrates, this budget cycle progressed from an initial projected $7.9 million general fund deficit to a balanced budget. Closing the gap was a collaborative, organization-wide effort, with departments working diligently to identify savings while protecting services our community relies on. A comprehensive cost of services study updated the master fee schedule and cost allocation plan to better reflect the current cost of providing these services, generating approximately $4.4 million in additional projected general fund revenue. Additionally, departments across the city identified opportunities for savings of approximately $1.6 million, carefully prioritized to minimize impacts to the community. Together with other corrective actions, these measures close the gap without drawing on our reserves for general fund. This budget was developed during a period of ongoing economic uncertainty, with several key revenue sources continuing to experience high variability. In response, staff has recommended an approach that balances the need to address current fiscal challenges with the goal of maintaining service levels and organizational stability. As additional revenue and expenditure information becomes available in the next few months, staff will continue to monitor the fiscal performance and return to the City Council with updates. This approach provides the City Council with more information as revenues and expenditure trends become more clear, while maintaining flexibility to adjust as conditions evolve and minimizing unnecessary disruptions to city services and operations. We incorporated the ongoing net expenditure reduction of 0.7 million throughout the forecast. With this, the projected general fund reserve would decrease from 31.1 million to 14.8 million through fiscal year 2030-31. This graph here shows the revenue that's in yellow is still outpaced by expenditure in blue in the out years, with the average structural deficit of 3.3 million annually. This chart shows the impact of the structural deficit, with the general fund reserve decreasing from 31 million to 15 million in 5 years, with unassigned reserve fully depleted by fiscal year 27-28 and emergency contingency reserve fully depleted by fiscal year 29-30. For the last year of the forecast, total reserve no longer meets GFOA recommended minimum, 2 months worth of operating expenses. Staff is requesting the adoption of the following resolutions. Adoption of the fiscal year 2026-27 budget and capital improvement plan, which appropriates funds and authorizes expenditures, including payments up to budgeted amounts. Establishment of the fiscal year 2026-27 appropriations limit based on state law factors, including prior year limit, population change, and cost of living adjustments. Salary schedule amendments to implement the AFSCME MOU with corresponding changes to confidential and unrepresented management, the addition of 1 new position and an equity adjustment for 1 existing position, effective the first full pay period after July 1st, which would be July 12th. This item also includes utility and purchasing related resolutions. First, extension of the rate assistance program for solid waste and water utilities through June 30th, 2027 to support low-income households. Second, establishment of award authority, bid requirements, and approving authority for the fiscal year, with a comprehensive purchasing policy to be brought back to City Council this summer to strengthen our procurement controls and clarify definitions. Staff is seeking City Council direction on the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget and capital improvement plan and adoption of the accompanying resolutions listed in the previous slides. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. We're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our regular business item K1 related to the fiscal year 26-27 budget and capital improvement plan, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our regular business item K1. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation. I'd now like to open for City Council questions and discussion. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I think it's my night to go first. Thanks for this. I think I had a lot to say last session on the specifics. I'm glad VLF kind of came to the rescue, or seems like it's going to, but it's clear it doesn't sort of address the structural deficit that's ongoing. I'm curious procedurally. I know we've got a study session coming up, or we're planning one for fall of 2026. In addition to that, is there a plan to go back to the department heads and ask them to relook at future year spending and come up with larger reductions than they already will or they have? Or are we assuming that's going to be sort of a follow-on step to the study session? We kind of do that first, and then we go back and ask department heads to take a hard look at their outlying budgets. I'm just curious how the steps in the process might go at this point.
Let's see. Through the mayor, happy to kind of take the first stab at this because I'll kind of reiterate some of the things I said at the June 9th meeting. To look at further reductions beyond this would involve like full-on service level reductions that oftentimes have a correlation with staffing. So I think it might be premature to start asking department heads to kind of do that at this point in time. So I would say it would be a post fall time study session. There's the number of steps throughout the way. There's I'll say little things here and there that we need to continue to chip away at. So the staff report identified some things related to council policies for which we follow through with council policies on. But I think we do need to revisit the amount of money that we're spending and the amount of staff time that we're spending. And even though those won't solve the structural deficit, they are things for which the organization needs to kind of ask questions, revisit. I think it was this start-stop kind of questions, not as it relates to the overall services that the city provides, but kind of how the city does provide our current services. So to kind of get to me asking department heads to kind of try to find additional savings, it would have to take a totally different approach, which is probably best served with that sort of high-level policy discussion with the council, and then for us to be able to provide that direction to staff. So at this point in time, I don't think there's more cost savings to be eked out so much as maybe some hard policy decisions that would be geared more towards the council. So if that helps, and we can kind of talk about some of those topics that have been discussed, but I think we're leaning into, like the one example on the slide, the gymnastics program, and whether there's ability there for participants to cover more of the cost of those services. And as part of doing that, looking at the existing scholarship program that the city does offer. Some of that's need-based. Maybe it's a matter of looking at, people's ability to pay, willingness to pay, and a bit of a honor system in that if someone feels passionately about participating in the program, they do not have the means to pay at this point in time, and they also don't have qualified per the letter of the scholarship policy, that maybe that's something that the city could consider. That's something that would be subject to council discussion before we start pursuing that. So that's not something that we would do tonight, but when we're coming back about the potential of raising gymnastics fees, that would be part of that discussion. So if that helps kind of set the stage for some of it, then happy to field more specific questions from that might involve the overall team.
No, that's perfect. I was curious, the broad brush strokes beyond the fall study session, kind of what would happen in parallel, what would happen in sequence. So I think that helped a lot. Thanks.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And thank you, Councilmember Smith. I had a similar question. And thank you, City Manager Murphy, because I do believe that there are some further policy discussions that need to be had around future cuts. I have a clarifying question just on, let's see, it's on table 1. And it says under cost reduction for aquatics program, it says general services contract costs cannot be reduced as previously assumed. And just wanted a little more clarity on that.
Thank you for the question. So the 55,000 was originally budgeted for general services related to, I believe, pool maintenance. And that portion cannot be cut from the overall budget. So we left that portion in.
Is that a separate maintenance cost, or is that just a portion of overall maintenance cost?
I believe it's a portion of the overall cost.
Okay. Thank you. I have a couple.
Nash, and this is regarding the reduction in library services. I'm hoping at some point that these are not the first areas of recommended cuts, because I've seen it happen in the past. And so I'm hoping that instead of cutting at the bottom of the tree, that we would start closer up to the top in the future. So my suggestion, excluding the aquatics program, I'm looking at ways to keep the indoor recreation programs, especially with the summer here. And I believe I only see one on the chart, but I think there are two programs that are suggested to be cut. So my suggestion, at least for this fiscal year, that we look at using Fund 111. And hopefully at some point we can look for short, mid, and long-term sustainable solutions to maintain our community services and library services. I think it is the bad business to start with cuts from here.
I'd like to clarify one thing. When you're talking about using Fund 111, is that for both the Burgess Library and Bellhaven Library?
Yes.
Thank you.
Library services.
Thank you.
And one other question, if there isn't a follow-up question to the comment I just made.
Are you speaking about whether staff has any follow-up to that?
Yes.
No, they do not. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, no, they do not.
Yeah, I guess, Mayor, I would just, for the benefit of the council, at the point in time the council is coming back to make a motion, if the council is supportive of that, I think that equates to roughly $273,000 based off the table, the two items that were identified. And so that, as an example, that would mean that those two would be funded through Fund 111, which would then result with the city having a slightly larger surplus than proposed to provide a little bit of cushion like that. That's the way I would interpret that. So that's when the council gets back to actually going through all the items. If there's no other changes, that would be one example.
So Councilmember Taylor, exactly what services are you suggesting would be covered by 111?
That would be the library services, library programming, library and community services. Not sure, it doesn't have a line item.
Was this the 169,255?
Yes,
On
and
table?
then the 1,000 for the indoor recreation programming and library and community services.
I'm sorry, where, oh, the 100, and then the
Yes.
104,000
Yes,
for the indoor recreation programming.
yes.
All right, thank you. Very good. And that's what you were discussing as well?
Yes.
Correct. Yep. I did the total of the two, but yes, those are the two components.
Thank you.
And I'll be happy to make that motion when the time comes.
So is that something that we can, so that is workable within this budget cycle?
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Mayor Nash,
I'm sorry, please.
I have another question that's not related to the list of cuts. Well, it is and it isn't. I remember there being discussion about cutting the temporary positions, and I'm not sure how that's reflected in the chart or if it's still a recommendation from staff.
Hello, this is the two items that you just restored funding via Fund 111 had some temporary hours for reduction. So those would be restored and funded through Fund 111. There was a separate slide of other potential considerations of cutting library hours that the City Council has not discussed this evening yet.
Thank you, Ms. Mello. And which slide is that on? And does that include temporary staff as well?
That is on slide 9, and yes.
Thank you. I'll follow up on this later, Mayor Nash, if that's okay.
That is fine. So are you looking for the council to give feedback on that slide of the other potential expenditure reductions?
Yes.
Thank you. And from this, from staff, are you looking for those? You are also looking for us to give feedback on those items?
Only if the city council wishes staff to incorporate additional expenditure reductions into the proposed budget this evening.
And then the gymnastics fees are going to be, those would not be this evening. That's something that's coming back in the fall.
It would be helpful for staff to know if the city council wishes us to pursue amending the master fee schedule and bringing
okay, so we will at some point step through all of those. Thank you. And I had one other question, or just wanted to confirm on the salary schedule amendments, the addition of one new position, that is not a new FTE, that's just a position. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions before we start stepping through okay. Let's start stepping through the other potential expenditure reductions. If we could get that slide back up, that would be great. So reduce library operating hours by 12 hours. That actually sounds like that is off the table at this point, which is great. Wonderful. Reduce special event scope and frequency to generate the 0.08 million savings. And that was for library programming, not actual special events, if I remember correctly from the staff report. Is that correct? Actually, could you please explain that?
Yes, the potential $80,000 in savings would be if city council wished to look at all of the special events offered throughout the year and make reductions to the scope and frequency. For example, the summer concert series have 8 concerts a year. Does the city council wish us to pursue some savings by reducing that to 4 concerts? So this would just be if the city council wants to nibble at the edges for these. Thank you.
Thank you. And so these are not included in the budget. This would be further reductions.
That is correct. We have balanced the budget without these reductions.
Thank you. Well, I'll put in, I am not in favor of that at this time, given that we have a balanced budget. Does anyone else have a different opinion?
I'm the same. I'd rather go through the broader process to 80 grand we could make up throughout the year by slowing a hire or something. So I'd rather go through the bigger process.
Any other thoughts? Okay, so we will not do that. Reduce non-safety overtime hours by 33% to generate $80,000 savings. So I will jump in and say I am not in favor of that at this point. Any other comments, thoughts? Alternative views? No. Increase gymnastic fees by 44% to generate additional revenue of $500,000. Consider phasing in increases to reduce impact to participants. And I believe well, I will say, I would like to see this reviewed as part, but we don't, that's just one, so okay, we've got another.
If I remember when we looked at all of the, cost recovery fees and all of that with the city, our gymnastics rates were much lower compared to other municipalities. So I think I would be in favor of at least looking at this. But I do really like the idea of phasing in the increases.
I will also say I really like the idea of the increased scope of discussing scholarships. Any other comments? And then,
so through the mayor,
please.
I think the one other component regarding gymnastics is that it would require a change to the master fee schedule. It's not a development fee, so it can go into effect relatively quickly. So, but the important thing is it's in effect with enough time before the programs get advertised in the kind of online activity guide for people to then sign up and register. So there's a little bit of urgency if there is a desire to have it go into effect for the August timeframe, which would mean that this would need to be on the council agenda on July 14th. If there's a desire for a little bit more time and kind of go into effect as of the first of the year, then there's plenty of options for the council to accomplish that. So the main test this evening or need for direction is whether or not to bring this back on July 14th.
I guess my question would be, how does that affect staff?
I see Director Shegda coming to the stand.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Nick Shegda, Library and Community Services Director. So if I understand your question, how does it affect staff to bring back the master fee schedule change for July 15th?
Yes, is that a crazy ask?
Crazy? No, I think we could do it.
Is that a realistic ask given the summer
realistic.
schedule and
It's a
all?
little tight. Yeah, it would be a little tight, but we would have to do that to make the deadline for registration opens for those gymnastics classes on August 15th for residents. So it would have to be the middle of July city council meeting for that authorization.
And so what would that meeting would actually be to review fees?
It would be
and
changes to the master fee schedule.
So there would be suggestions for increasing the fees by 44%.
Correct.
Essentially.
And if I may add, if we were to bring that on July 14th, we would advertise the highest increase. And then the city council from the dais may choose the level at which you would phase it in. And we can present a couple of options for you, but just to give the city council maximum flexibility in what that looks like, we would advertise at the highest procedurally and then reduce it.
Thoughts? Councilmember Wise or Vice Mayor Wise?
For what it's worth, I don't feel strongly about bringing this into effect in August. I think first of the year is totally fine. It's not so much about doing this quickly. I just, looking forward and seeing that these budget issues are not going away is why I think this is worth looking at, but I don't feel a need to do this year.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I'm a little on the fence, but I think I'm agreeing with Vice Mayor Wise only because on an accelerated time frame, if a parent is thinking about this during the summer, it could be a real sticker shock moment if we did it so quickly. So I'm leaning a little more toward taking time. I know that keeps the amount of discretionary money we're able to put toward other things a lot more limited, but I don't think residents need too many more surprise sticker shocks if we can avoid them.
Councilmember Combs, any thoughts?
Yeah, if that's where the consensus is headed, I have no objection. I had favored an earlier, since this was going to be a gradual step up, like, right? I say let's get started as soon as possible, but I have no objection to waiting. And if the council is concerned about sticker shock and that this isn't like pressing, but more about, again, like sort of making a pivot here, a gradual pivot in this program to address like the structural deficit, then that totally makes sense to me, and I can be supportive of that direction.
Councilmember Taylor?
That works for me.
I will just state I was more along the lines of Councilmember Combs, where just get it started and do it gradually. But I am perfectly fine with it waiting till next year. So is that that's wait till next year?
I think so, because if I understood correctly, we would have to publicize the maximum increase. So like that's the sticker shock moment. Even if that increase came down, if it was phased in, residents would still see the biggest number as they were planning for this.
Well, I believe, actually, I'll let city manager.
Yes, so sorry, and I'm just processing and thinking of some of these things. If the desire from the council would be to indeed pursue some sort of gradual change initially, and you wanted to max it out at I'm just going to use a round number, 5% increase, that would still be advertised as the maximum, the 5% increase, and the council could decide to do 4%, 3%, 2% at the hearing. So you don't have to do the full 44% in the near term. So if you wanted to advertise something that's less than that, whatever that is advertised is considered the maximum for the sake of the hearing. That's the key thing. Like at the day of that hearing, the council can't decide to go to 6%. It would be limited to 5% max.
Two questions on that.
Mm-hmm.
One is, but actually in the activity guide, which is what everyone will see when they sign up for the class, that would be the actual amount that was decided at the July 14th council meeting, as opposed to, so people, the only ones who would get sticker shock would be, the people who would get sticker shock would be the people seeing the posting for the public hearing for the fee change. But that would then, the reality would be in the activity guide.
The reality would definitely be in the activity guide. That said, it depends on kind of how much the increase is, whether people then would perceive that as a sticker shock. Like I could, hopefully the 5% is not sticker shock. 44% I could definitely see would be sticker shock. So it's just, if the council does have the desire for some sort of incremental gradual change, that could be executed. If it's desire to wait until an effective date in the new year, then that's totally fine too.
So I might change my position then, because when I heard maximum, I thought it was the 44%, and nobody wants anything to go from X to 44% increase. If we can come up with what a reasonable incremental percentage would be to preliminary, I'd be fine going sooner. Yeah, I assumed it was like, oh, and your things are going up 44%, and everybody's going to go, well, we're not going to do gymnastics this year, junior. It's, too expensive. So sounds like that's not the case.
So are you looking for, it sounds like there actually is a desire to do something by July 14th, but much less than the 44%. Are you looking for some sort of calibration at this point?
Yes, if the city council has a max increase that you would like us to publish for that upcoming to start the phasing in, that would be helpful. And then as the city manager stated, city council from the dais can have decide on a lower percentage than what was advertised.
Thank you. And then I guess one other question, and that's, so let's say we say 20%. Does that mean we could still at that meeting raise it in January? It could be, would they be two separate public hearings? One to do it to 20%, and then another one at some later point to actually do it to, let's say if we wanted to say 44%, or is it because it's advertised? Anyway, how would that work?
I'm looking to the city attorney for clarification. I think it's possible for the city council potentially to approve multiple step or increases, say, August 15th for the 5%, and then January 1st, another 5%. But I'm looking for her.
So thank you for asking. Yes, that is possible. It's just that we would want to advertise that sort of tiered structure so that everybody is aware that that could be possibly adopted by the council. So that may be a little bit challenging if we're trying to prevent, say, sticker shock or something like that. So it may be that if you want to do this really incrementally and in small increments, it would be best to just have that one small increase, say a maximum of 5%, and then later reevaluate the fee and increase a separate amount. There's no limit on how many times you can increase the fee during a year, say. It's just that then you would definitely need to go through the process twice, which is an administrative, feat for staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I was actually just going to clarify I'm supportive of the incremental increase, but the discussion shifted. So at any rate, my hand's been up a while.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So would someone like to, it sounds like there is unanimous approval for going forward with a tiered increase and just doing one smaller incremental increase right now. Does anyone want to throw out a number? I will throw out 20% just because that's the top, and then doing, it would be somewhere less than that. So feel free to throw out 10%. Do we know what are the fees right now? Do we know generally what they are?
Thank you, Mayor. So currently the hourly fees for residents are $16 an hour. That's going to change to $18 an hour with the previous cost of services study on July 1st. So to make it all the way up to the 44% level, the resident fees would go up to $26 for an hour. And if you're wondering what that looks like for over a session, July 1st fees would be $252 for a resident. That's 14 classes in like a fall season, $364 for non-resident. And that potential new maximum cost at the 44% level would be $340.20 for a resident and $491.40 for a non-resident. So if you were to say 20%, that would be half of that ish.
Question, do you by chance have the actual amount, the cost of if we were to do full cost recovery, what would that amount be?
I haven't done that yet. I think we said that we were subsidized. Gymnastics as a program was subsidized at about a rate of $1 million a year.
That's
so
what I remember.
Twice what this fee increase, the maximum fee increase is.
So it'd be the $18 times 44%. Or time
for complete cost recovery.
88%.
I haven't done that calculation.
Okay.
Looking to my finance.
I don't.
Co-workers.
It would be closer to 18 times 2, so
18
twice
times.
that.
So it's about $36 is what the full cost recovery would be. Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Hadn't thought about this one deeply, but sort of on the fly here. I think I was probably thinking the opposite, maybe because we're balanced this year with VLF, maybe starting with like 4 and then looking at 20 and 20, because I'd love to see this mixed in with the other areas we're going to potentially use to reduce the structural deficit. So I was thinking of backloading it as opposed to front loading it. Also with the increases in, waste and water and everything, I worry like another 20% increase is just another brick in the wall. So we don't necessarily need the money this year. So that's one way I was thinking about it at least.
I guess 2 thoughts. One is we are, I was suggesting 20% as the top. We could still do 5%, whatever.
Yep.
I was just trying to throw out a number of, what would we not want to exceed?
Yeah.
So I threw out a number just to have someone throw out a starting place.
Just guess.
Councilmember Combs, do you have a suggestion for a starting place?
For the starting place as far as the high
I'm
water
sorry, this is the high, yeah. What would you not want to exceed?
and what staff has projected is like 44%, right? And so we're saying something south of 44%.
Correct.
I think 20%. I heard that seems fine to me. I was thinking if we're talking about just creating the high water mark, like I don't, and I know there's, well, I don't know why you wouldn't just do like the 44%. Like, right, I know there's a sticker shock, but then that gives you lots of space to implement like a higher percentage, like as you want to step this up. Like, because if you say it's like 20% and then at some point you want to like increase it beyond 20%, like wouldn't that be a like sort of more involved process than if you had just raised it to 40% and then you gradually increased it and got to 40%. Like I would say my thoughts here, and I know that like Mayor Nash can appreciate the gymnastics program and I have a long history. And so I am all supportive and have always been of the gymnastics program. But if we're currently subsidizing this to the tune of $1 million, I think that like minimally we should see as trying to recover at some point in the future, like, right, getting up to like that being like $500,000, like, right. I don't think that that's, so out of bounds. And so that's how I was seeing it, that we should be looking at it again. What is the current subsidy in 3 years or something? What would we think would be like a more appropriate subsidy? And if in 3 years, I would be fine if like the subsidy was only $500,000 and then we like sort of work to get it even less. I'm not saying this has to be a total cost recovery program at some point in the future, but I think we all agree that the current subsidy is too large.
If I may, just a quick suggestion, and may need city attorney's help. Could we do 44% and then during that meeting do a phased in schedule? Say we will increase on this date and then a couple more steps during the year, have different increases throughout the year, but just one meeting. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think that's possible. And we could just make the notice pretty general in terms of what the potential is for the fee. I think that would be possible.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I don't feel close enough to this program to be able to speak with any kind of deep knowledge, but I was just doing the math with 44%, and I know we would phase that in, but the perception of going from about $18 an hour to $26 an hour for the families where this might be the only summer activity they have, and an $8 increase even published as a maximum could, I still go back to the sticker shock of there are going to be a certain number of families that look at an $8 increase and just opt out. So it's just, I think it's just part of the calculus of what that first number is and what it looks like and the perception that people might have.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, and I'm like increasing the gymnastics program rates is not the hill I die on, to be very clear. So if there is some aversion to like even residents seeing that 44%, then like I'm totally fine. Then if it's to your earlier point, Mayor Nash, like where is that at? I would think though at least 20%, like right, is where is at least the room we would want to give ourselves. As far as again over some period of time, like stepping up the fees.
The mayor.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. Since we are subsidizing the gymnastics program with quite a bit of money, just had some questions. One, how many gymnastics instructors do we have?
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. We have 4 benefited staff on the gymnastics team, and then a number of temporary staff who also assist with teaching gymnastics classes.
Thank you. And what I noticed is that on Exhibit A, K1.117, and then Exhibit B, K1.19, that gymnastics is not on Exhibit A. So I'm not sure if it wasn't supposed to be there, but I noticed that it wasn't on there. Thank you.
I think gymnastics instructor is on there on K119.
It's not on K1.17. The proposed. I don't see it on there.
Agree.
Good evening. If I may, the proposed salary schedule is showing the positions that are experiencing changes. So this does not include the gymnastics positions in SEIU.
Okay, we need to make a decision whether we go for, I would say, for 20% or 44%. I'm hearing 20% from the dais. Okay, let's move ahead with 20%. Thank you. And then the final one is, given structural deficit and in-depth analysis of which services are offered at what levels and the level of general fund subsidy as outlined in the user cost recovery program, long-term process to begin with a study session planned in fall 2026. Do you need feedback on that, or is that something that's planned now?
That is something that is planned. So if there's anything else you want us to work into that study session, we can incorporate that into our planning efforts.
Any thoughts as to what that might be?
I think that will be a robust study session as is.
That's what it, okay. Yes, that's what it sounds like. Excellent. Thank you. All right. So at this point, we need to, you've got the feedback from these reductions. So that is separate from the resolutions that we need to pass. So is there any more discussion? We have 3 resolutions. One is adoption of the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget and capital improvement plan. Are we doing these separately? Voting separately or together?
The motion can be done in one.
In one?
Unless there are,
Okay.
A recommendation to pull each and modify.
Is it possible to put up the slide for resolutions? And then the question is to council members, does anyone have anything that they want to pull off of this or any discussion about any of these before we go ahead and vote? Thank you. All right, if there's no discussion or concerns about pulling one of these off, does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mayor Nash.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor
In
White.
I think I need to include in the motion the use of Fund 111.
Good catch. Thank you. Yes.
So I'd like to make a motion to prevent the cost reduction of the library programming and the indoor recreation programming by using Fund 111.
Thank you. Is there anything else that's needed before we vote? Great.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Taylor and a second by Vice Mayor Wise to adopt resolutions adopting fiscal year 2026-27 budget and capital improvement plan utilizing Fund 111 for library and community services, proposed reductions to library programs, offerings, small reductions to materials and contract services of $169,255, and reductions to contract services for indoor recreation programs, small reductions to materials, staffing efficiencies for $104,400, resolution establishing the appropriation limit, resolution amending the salary schedule effective July 12th of 2026, a resolution extending the solid waste and water rate assistance program through June of 2027, and a resolution accepting award memo for authority and bid requirements through June of 2027. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise,
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we need to take a vote to extend beyond 11 o'clock. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I appreciate that. And just looking for by acclamation, seeing nods. Oh, my two online. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And kudos for actually getting us a balanced budget. I know that was a tremendous amount of work. Thank you so much.
Mayor Nash, if I can provide a quick heads up, I plan to drop after K2, and so, but I can certainly stick around for that item.
Sounds great. Thank you. The final regular business item tonight is K2. Consider and adopt a resolution to approve the successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 829, expiring June 30th, 2027. Here to introduce the item is Administrative Services Director Brittany Mello.
Thank you, City Council. Given the late hour, I'll make this very quick. So this is a consideration of a one-year agreement with AFSCME, which is our supervisory unit in all of our departments. The agreement would expire June 30th, 2027. The main item in this is a 4% general salary increase for AFSCME members, for a total one-year contract cost of $386,156. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item K2 related to a successor agreement between the city and AFSCME, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on regular business item K2. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would like to open for City Council questions and discussion. Or a motion and second. Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Wise and a second by City Council Member Taylor to adopt a resolution to approve the successor agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 829, expiring January 30th of 2027. Any further City Council question or discussion?
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yes.
Just a 10-second thing. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Ms. Mello for all the hard work behind the scenes. This is something that, and the team that works on this is something that often isn't in front of the public as much because of the sensitive nature, but you and the team do a ton of hard work on this. So I just want to publicly acknowledge that and say thank you for all you do on these kinds of topics. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on informational item L1, City Council agenda topics, in person, return that speaker card, virtual, engage a hand feature, calling in, press *9 now. We currently have one hand, so this will be the final call for public comment on our informational item L1. Okay, inviting Trisha Barr.
Hi, this is Trisha Barr, and just calling again, calling this time, not in person, about the multi-unit smoke-free housing and consideration of that on a future agenda. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from City Council? Okay, we will go on to the City Manager report with City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So first, I'd like to thank the council for all of your effort and deliberations in the budget adoption this year. I know it wasn't easy, so we appreciate your thoughtfulness, and there's more to come in the future, but just want to express that gratitude. And then just highlight a few things. One, upcoming events, the 4th of July, Saturday, July 4th from 11 to 3 is festivities here at the Burgess campus with the return of Circus Bella, which was a big hit last year. And then the next event I'd like to highlight is the kickoff to the summer concert series downtown. The first one's at Fremont Park on July 8th, Wednesday, July 8th. And then the next city council meeting, the one and only meeting scheduled for the month of July is Tuesday, July 14th. And then the council would be on scheduled recess to the middle of August. So those are just a few updates for this evening.
Thank you. Any reports from City Council members since the June 9th City Council meeting? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks, Mayor Nash. 3 really quick ones. One is a good attendance at the commute.org board meeting. The core mission, of course, is the shuttle services, but I think they're increasingly getting involved in bike issues and multi-modes of transportation. So it's encouraging to see them expanding a little bit. Nothing specific came out of that meeting, but obviously an agency we're a part of and doing really good work. Second quick thing is Rethink Waste. The legislative bill that I've been keeping everyone posted on, AB 762, has made it out of environmental quality. It's going to revenue and tax tomorrow. There's enthusiasm there. We got an update today. It'll go to appropriations and then the floor. But we'll keep you updated. And then obviously it goes to the governor's desk. And this is one of those things that has a really direct impact on the MRF, the recycling facility at Rethink Waste. So that's why they're sponsoring this legislation, and I'm trying to keep everybody updated as it progresses. So we feel optimistic that we'll get to appropriations, and then it goes through that gauntlet. And then the last thing is just a great Juneteenth event by the city. Wanted to say thank you. Good food, good people, well run as always, and really appreciate that event. So thank you.
Okay, and I wanted to report out on June 11th, I had a nice phone call with Galway Mayor Mike Cupboard to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Sister Cities. And June 12th, I went to the annual Service Academy reception to celebrate the appointees from Congressional District 16 to the U.S. Service Academies, the 129th Rescue Wing Base, Hangar 4. Highly recommend it. Next year, it's an annual event, and many of the people there go annually. It's really, it actually reminded me a lot of the police department swearing-in ceremony. Just a terrific event, learning a lot about people in the community. And I also attended the ABAG meeting, General Assembly meeting on June 18th, and that was an excellent meeting, we did an authorizing the operating budget and work program, but what's really interesting was a preview of the RENA Cycle 7 with housing allocation to jurisdictions expected to be much larger than we currently have due to changes in the state law. And there will be 5 changes in 2027 that they talked about. One is that the RENA numbers will be provided 1 year earlier. So they'll be provided by January 31st, 2028. And it'll give it 1 extra year for prior to the housing element deadline. There will be a consideration of homelessness in those numbers. Also a consideration, the cost burden and overcrowding, which will now be compared to the national rate compared to, it had been compared with other similar regions. And they'll include separate categories now for acutely low and extremely low income households. Acutely low being 0 to 15% AMI, extremely low being 15 to 30% AMI. And then finally, there will be a consideration of climate-related development constraints. And I will actually put in a report to Judy with the information and links to all of the reports. It was very, very interesting. And enjoyed Juneteenth as well. I don't know if Councilmember Taylor, you want to add anything about Juneteenth?
Yes, the Bellhaven Action hosted a farmers market there, and all of the accolades that city council members have shared, I definitely experienced them too. So I just want to thank staff for all the work that they did.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn. This evening, I would like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Michelle Tate, whose courage, advocacy, and unwavering dedication to our community continues to inspire us. Thank you.